Good morning from the Mary Peters Track in Belfast, and welcome to the 2024 Northern Ireland and Ulster Track and Field Championships. My name is Dan Squires, and I'm on the commentary duty today alongside my partner from the Back Straight podcast, Michael McKnight. Today's online broadcast is brought to you by East Down Media Network. Morning, Michael. How's things?
Morning, Dan. Good. And in this great position here up in the top of the stand, overlooking a beautiful scene, the Mary Peters Track. So I'm stoked to be here on co-commentary, and I'm looking forward to a competitive day of athletics. And while today's action maybe won't reach the heights of what's been happening in Paris, there's always drama and stories that unfold on the local athletics scene that can be, I guess, in their own way just as compelling. So I'm on the lookout for breakout performances from some of our younger athletes, the guys who are returning to form post-illness or injury, and some of the battles that have been playing out throughout the season locally. But to begin, Dan, you've been here for a while. How's the weather looking?
Yeah, as far as Belfast weather goes, today is looking pretty spectacular, although we have to keep in mind that can change throughout the day, I'm sure. But yeah, right now a little bit of wind, nice bit of sunshine. I think it's going to be a beautiful day of spectating a bit of athletics, and I think that we're due to kick off with the 100 metre heats pretty soon. I think we've got the women's heat 1 first up. Did you have any standout athletes from there you're looking to watch, Michael?
Yeah, I'm just looking down. Power 10 is a wonderful thing. Open Track's a wonderful thing for giving you all the stats and information. So just to say, there's 2 to qualify from each heat plus 2 automatic non-qualifiers. So in this heat we've got Rosanna McGuckian from City of Lisburn, who's an 11.9 runner. And we have also Orla Comerford from
Sorry, you were saying there, Michael, Orla Comerford?
Yeah, she's from Raheny Shamrocks down in Dublin, and she's also an 11.9 performer, so I would kind of expect they're in lanes 3 and 4. I would expect them to be the 2 automatic qualifiers.
Yep, and both of those times you mentioned there, 11.9, were run this season, so yeah, very interesting to see what happens. We're due to kick off pretty soon. It's looking absolutely stunning out there. Lots of people out already. Really green grass. It's what you kind of expect from...
I'm just reckoning they could do with like one of those aviation windsocks somewhere just on the outfield there and or the infield, and you get a sense of which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah, I can see a little string over there, if you can see that, Michael, that ribbon.
So that would suggest that the wind is in the athletes' backs, which they would much prefer, I guess.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is probably my first opportunity of the day to ask you something that's pretty left of field, but how much wind does there need to be for a performance to maybe not count as a PB?
Ooh, I'm not a specialist sprint expert, so...
The information of the officials over at the...
Not me either, but look, I don't think that it's enough either way today.
No, it's
Amy Newell and Mia Ferguson, please, they are at the start line of the 100 metres.
So I think we're just waiting on a couple more athletes to get to the start of the 100. Feels a bit weird sitting on the home straight, doesn't it, Michael? Usually we're on the back straight.
Boom, absolutely. So I've got on to Dr. Google here, and according to the International Association of Athletics Federations, competition rules, sprint and jump performances are deemed illegal if the wind speed exceeds plus 2 meters per second.
Okay.
So I think we're safely within that tolerance right now.
Yeah. And it's hard to tell from up here anyways, but yeah, no, I think we're well within that.
And I'm glad I looked that up, because I was about to produce one of my speculative mansplaining answers.
Yeah.
And if my wife is hopefully she's not listening, she would have just said that's so like me.
So 100 metres, you've been watching, have you been catching a few of the sprint events in Paris, Michael?
Yeah, I thought both the men's and women's sprints, 100 and 200, were superb.
Who did we have? We had Noah Lyles win the men's 100, and in the women's it was
Julian Alfred,
Alfred,
who was sensational.
From St. Lucia, is that right?
Yeah, I think their first ever track and field medal.
Yep. And then unfortunately Noah Lyles contracted COVID for the 200 metre event, which was quite sad to see.
COVID, and he was also struck down with some hubris.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, the athletes are getting ready behind the blocks currently.
We're getting their last minute instructions from the starter.
If you were a sprint coach, what would you be telling your athletes right at this moment? Focus on the plan. What kind of plan do you have for a 100 metre race? I mean, it must just be,
Well, for most guys, it's about trying to execute a really good start, and then, once you get mid-race, you're really trying to stay as relaxed as possible. Once, shoulders you start tensing up and overreaching, and start forcing it. Those are the little things that slow people down.
And you were mentioning to me last night, I think, when we caught up for a quick chat, you want to look out for the start where you see the athlete kind of quite low and driving through the legs. I think that's typically producing a faster time. Is that correct, Michael?
Yeah, well, sprinting's about fluency, kind of almost more than anything. They're really fast. If you look at somebody like Lyles and Shikari, they've got really great leg speed, but they're really fluent. They just kind of flow.
So once again,
once people get tight, if you try to muscle it and force it, you tend to just lose momentum.
Yeah, I think a lot of those US sprinters, though, don't typically have the best start. It's what I've heard. They're not very quick out of the blocks, but they can run quite fast towards the end of the
maybe
race.
it's a bit of that. Sometimes the people who are most naturally gifted and got that, like Shikari's got incredible pick up and leg speed. Maybe they're sometimes a bit more lackadaisical or lazy about the technical bits. I mean, I was watching the relays last night, and the Germans and Japanese, who individually don't have stellar runners, they do really well in the relays because their changes, technically, they're so good. And they've really worked on it, whereas the Americans last night, both men's and women's relay teams, the men's particularly, were awful.
Yeah, I think with the men's...
Overrunning the baton, the runner taking the baton, accelerating too quickly, getting ahead of their changeover.
Yeah. I think we are moments away from the first heat of the women's 100.
So I'm just going to stand up here, Danny, so I can see across that barrier. So the starter's in position. Special shout out to Conor McCann. If he's listening over there in Cardiff, he knows our pain, having done this gig before. And if you're sitting at home and you are thinking of coming down here, the weather's great, there's coffee, and there's good athletics, so come on down.
All right.
So Dan, you can call this.
The runners are in the blocks. And they're away. Everyone got out fairly the same. The two athletes in the middle there who are pushing away. Rahini Shamrock's looking like taking the win. Fairly easy.
So I think the two athletes, Orla Cumberford from Rahini, who just sort of cruised to a pretty comfortable win there, and Rosanna McGuckin. So the two athletes we thought would be the automatic qualifiers have done the job.
Yeah, and winning time was 12.03, so 1/10 of a second just over outside of their personal bests, which is pretty good for the first heat of the day, so we could be shaping up for a really good final.
Absolutely. Well, that's nice to get the first one out of the way for today.
Yeah, did you like the calling I did there? Very informative.
It's not for me to say, that's for the listening public, Danny. I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Yeah. Well, the best thing about this 100 women's is that there's 2 heats, so I invite you to take the next one.
Well, the thing is, it's active. It's practical learning.
Who do we have in Heat 2? We've got a range of athletes. It's looking like the fastest in the field is Sarah Leahy. And second fastest is Janine Boyle from Finn Valley. And Sarah Leahy, as I mentioned there before, is from Killarney Valley AC. So 11:59 is her PB and season's best. And Janine Boyle has a PB of 11.92. So
the line-up then for Heat 2 will be Ola Lear, Monaghan Phoenix in lane 1, Nadia Lepa of Letterkenny in 2, Victoria Ovey in 3, Sondhi Harriers, Sarah Leahy of Killarney Valley goes in lane 4, Carla Teese, and member of Northern AC, the second of our Isle of Man athletes. Catherine Hampton goes in lane 6 for City of
Carla
Lisburn.
Teese in lane 5.
And Janine
Isle of
Boyle,
Man
then
athlete
Valley
competing here today.
8.
Nice that they made the trip over. You ever been to the Isle of Man before, Michael?
A very long time ago, Danny. Famous for its cats without tails.
Okay.
The actual tail, not stories.
Okay. Must be some story behind that.
Yeah, and it's nice to see. It's good to see local championships also drawing athletes from other parts of the world.
Yeah, it seems like it's well supported from down south as well as Isle of Man. I wouldn't have actually guessed that there'd be Isle of Man athletes here, but I wonder what the training setup is like over there in Isle of Man.
Well, it's a fairly small population. I don't even know if they have a Mondo or a tartan track, but I would guess that if you were an aspiring athlete in the Isle of Man, you would need to do a lot of your competition and stuff would have to be obviously outside of it, mainland UK.
So, Carla Teese, welcome to Belfast. Anyone who's watching from Isle of Man, welcome to you as well. Grateful to have you here. So I think we're moments away from the second heat of the women's 100, and as you mentioned before, Michael, it was 2 to qualify for the final, is that right?
2 automatic qualifiers, yeah.
Yep.
3 coming through automatically. Lydia Morris with 12.56, Erin Creel with 12.61.
Oh, no. Correction, it's 3 to qualify from each heat and the next 2 fastest. So just a correction there, we're looking for 3 qualifiers.
Okay.
That's mistake 1 of the day, Danny.
3 big queues and 2 little queues.
Yeah.
So 11 into the second round, I believe.
So to our listeners out there, mistakes will be not few and far between today, so we beg your indulgence.
That's it.
So second heat of the ladies 100 metres, and we're looking for the automatic first 3 of the first 3 qualifiers. Looking at Sarah Lee of Killarney Valley. Who's in lane 4. Athletes all settling in their blocks.
Sarah Lee away quite swiftly, nice low start.
Really nice turnover, really flowing through. Yeah, very
Janine Boyle in second. Athlete in lane 5, Carla Teese.
Yeah.
Isle of Man, she ran really well as well. I think she's through to the next round. 11.77, so that's
it's a swift.
Not far for PB for Sarah, and I imagine there could be a couple of season bests for a lot of the other athletes in that second heat of the women's 100 metres.
Yeah, and just based on what we've seen, Sarah Lee, he looks like at this point she might be a favourite for the final. She looked really, really good pick up there after the start. Looked really fluent.
It was sort of my impression that Janine Boyle actually maybe got away the best out of the whole field, but then as you mentioned Sarah Leahy started to sort of strengthen up as the running got happening. So fantastic, and I think it's just the 2 heats of the women's 100. I'll just confirm.
No, there's a third. Yeah, there's a third heat actually. There's an extra runner. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a shame we don't have the 9 lanes. So this is Ruby Sterrett, who's in the third heat running solo, and this is a bit of a challenge. She's a 13:49 runner.
From Northdown AC, under 18 women's.
So she's really almost going to have to just imagine that she's in a race with other people and just give it all that she has.
Worth mentioning as well, the wind speed is, I believe, plus 1.4.
So it's within the legal tolerance.
Yeah.
Additional athlete going.
Dan, I was just thinking here that given your own running
of North Down.
expertise and experience, that we have a guy who's about to do a 100-mile mountain race in the Alps, who's today calling a 100 meters. That's quite something.
It's diversity of knowledge. You've got to be able to know a little bit about a lot, you know.
So Dan, I would imagine that if you can pick up some tips here from the sprinters on how to really close fast, you know, a really good 100-meter closing speed in that ultra could be something to witness.
Yeah, I think I'll have to sprint into the finish if the legs allow me.
If you have legs at that stage.
Yeah. Okay, here goes Ruby Sterrett from Northdown AC.
This will be one of the easier races to call for us.
She got away quite well supported by the crowd.
Good arm drive as well.
Yeah. Good speed, good at the teeth. Finishing time 13.89, so just 0.4 of a second outside of her personal best. So great run there by Ruby, and hello to all of our friends over at Northdown AC listening today. Good to have you with us.
Do you have some friends from Northdown AC, Dan?
There's a couple of guys that I know. They're not the best runners, but they're fairly decent guys. So
you made some friends with some Northdown dudes during a half marathon this year.
Yeah, that's correct. Down in Carlingford, just sort of bumped into a few fellas down there.
Were you asking the way, or? Yeah,
I was just hoping someone was going to be able to pace me to the time that I wanted, but yeah, the wind that day was quite brutal, and it actually did turn out that one fella from Northdown AC, Matty McParland, shout out to him, he gave me a good 5-mile tow into the finish line. So yeah, they've got a good training set up there out over there near Bangor, so some good marathon times out of those guys, and you've obviously got Craig McMeekin from that club, and a lot of other really good athletes.
Also Rachel McCann from Northdown, you've got to remember, was over in Paris as part of the 4x400 relay squads.
Exactly, yep.
So Dan, I was just noticing there that the men's 100-meter athletes had just made their way along the back straight and round the top bend, and they're just getting ready, getting stripped down, ready for the start of the men's heats, which are running just a little bit behind. Hopefully we've got a bit of time built into the program so they can catch up if they do fall behind.
18.
Yep.
From Ian McMullen on 36.46 and Troy McCumble on 35.51.
So I think 31 athletes competing in the men's 100 as per what is written on Open Track. Got the meet record is Jason Smythe,
Jason Smith, yeah.
From 2011, 10.22.
Olympic Paralympic champion.
Okay. And in this first heat, I think we've got fastest time by Israel Olatunde from Tala.
Yeah, he's definitely the big dog in this event. As I said before, first Irish athlete to make the finals of the European 100 metres. That was 2 championships ago. Holder of the Irish record. Won the Irish senior 100 metres down at the Morton Stadium earlier in the summer.
The senior men's 100 metres, there will be...
Yep, as mentioned, Israel has already run 10.27 this season. And there will be one athlete per heat that qualifies automatically, and then there'll be 4 non-automatic qualifiers in total. So very interesting to see how this plays out. Surely Israel will be wanting to take that first place and just go automatically through. Sean Stratton might challenge him a little bit though with a PB of 10.9. He's from Boyne, AC, I assume. Yep,
Boyne Valley, yeah. And Dan, people, if they're listening at home, they may hear the stadium announcer and commentator John Glover, who we're just following. We're listening to what John's saying. He's providing us with lots of great information.
Nadia Lepa 13.68.
So we will try to commentate in between when John's speaking in case there's any
overlap. 13.88.
So all of those.
And we should say, Dan, also, meanwhile, over on the in the cage at the 200 metre mark in the back straight, we have ongoing the men's discus.
Okay, so just about to... Yes, that's very true. Do have the discus happening, but the first heat of the 100 metres is about to start.
Okay, Dan, over to you.
Israel Olatunde, the one to watch, in lane 3, with Sean Stratton in lane 8. Also one to watch.
Sorry.
All of the athletes in the blocks. And everyone got away cleanly. Israel, out and out favourite. Very swift here. Very easily done. 10.4 by Israel, which is 1/10 of a second outside of his season best. Then I think that we might have had James Armstrong from, let me just pull up the club here.
Orange Grove
AC. So Orange Grove on the up. Really good sprint squad over there. I would dare say he might have just run a new PB in that first heat. Sean Stratton in 3rd. I believe this is all unofficial, of course. So, yeah.
Israel looked class apart there. You can just see he's a very, very powerfully built athlete. Technique gets out really, really well, and when he's in his running, it just looks so controlled.
Yeah, I imagine that it would be tough to beat him today.
Yeah, we're talking about the fastest guy in Ireland at the minute, over 100 metres, so yeah. But the great thing is some of our younger sprinters just being in a race with a guy like that, watching how he prepares, how he conducts himself, it's fantastic.
Absolutely right.
Because for a long time Ireland really struggled to produce that, sprinters of top quality. We've had some. Phil Snoddy, who's a local coach now, was a fantastic sprinter. People like Paul Brazell. But one of the things that's changed is we now have, the children of, say, immigrants that came to Ireland in 20, 30 years ago who are now emerging as athletes. Most famously, Rashida Adeleke, and they're really contributing hugely to the development of sprinting. Huge. Almost like a an American-style sprint program down in Talley. See, they're producing now, several really top athletes, and you can almost see a production line of runners coming. So success builds success.
Exactly, success builds success. I mean, you've even seen that just over at Orange Grove, for example. Recently, we had the youngest on the podcast, and obviously the youngest of three brothers.
Young Ben Sykes, yeah.
Ben Sykes. You can sort of see that they've got a really good group over there, and his two older brothers are also really good sprinters, and he's worked off them as far as in his training, and now he's proven to be a really handy sprinter himself.
Can I just remind athletes that when you have
speaking of Orange Grove, we do have an Orange Grove athlete in this second heat of the men's 100. On the Friday,
which is the black tent
in lane 1,
over in the far right.
Callum Baird in lane 2 from Ballymena and Antrim AC.
No one should be inside the arena.
Lex McConville from
or competing. No coaches.
Windsor, Slow, Eton and Hounslow AC. Could have a bit of fun pronouncing some of these names here today, so apologies if I get any of these right. Cameron Colville in lane 4 from Glasgow Jaguars Track and Field Club. Cool name. Shane McDermott from Clones AC in lane 5.
Clones.
Oh, Clones, okay, yeah, very good.
So Callum Baird's an athlete to watch here from Ballymena and Antrim, better known as being a really outstanding 400-metre runner. He's stepping down in distance, Irish international, 46-second guy.
Yeah.
Lex McConville beside him is one of our up-and-coming decathletes.
Shane Howard in lane 7, fastest on paper. Cameron Colville in lane 4, second fastest. And the athletes are taking the blocks. This should prove to be a very interesting and close race, I dare say.
So we two away.
All athletes.
Callum Baird got out really well.
Cleanly. He's looking very good, isn't he? Shane Howard in
lane 2 and lane 7 called it.
Also really good.
Lane 7, Shane Howard.
Fantastic race by everyone there. Callum Baird. Wow, so he said he was stepping down from the 400 to the 100. He's got some good turnover there. 10.8 was the winning time there.
Yeah, unofficially it looked like Callum Baird, Shane Howard, and then Cameron Colville.
100 metres this year.
In lane 4 is the 3 automatic qualifiers.
Israel Tunde's time 10:42.
The one automatic qualifier?
One automatic, yeah.
Sorry
guys.
16, and Sean Stratton Boyne 11:24. Andrew Proctor 11:56. Armstrong and Proctor both running last night in the relay championships.
The guys are getting ready for the third heat, which is almost like an Orange Grove squad training session. We have 5 athletes from Orange Grove. We've got Adam Sykes in lane 3, who's the eldest of the Sykes brothers, who's got a 10.96 this season, who probably starts as favourite. Maybe just behind Louis Albro from North Down, he's a 10.91 guy. Yeah, so it's going to be those 2 guys to watch out for in lanes 3 and 4. We got Matthew Sykes, number 2 brother in the Sykes trio, who's in lane 6, 11.24 this season.
This should be quite an easy one to call. Just about, 5 of the 8 athletes in orange.
Yeah, and also a shout out for Elijah Johnson-Smith, who's in lane 8. Former pupil of mine, along with the 2 Sykes boys. Elijah's sister, Esther Hameen Smith, is an absolutely outstanding young female sprinter. Won the Ulster Schools and Irish Schools and Irish Underage Championships this year. So there's obviously a bit of a familial speed thing going on.
Yeah.
Both in the Smith family and also the Sykes family.
Yeah, well, so you've got 2 members of the Sykes family in this race. Michael, go out on a limb.
Yeah, I got the inside track that apparently Ben decided not to run to give his brothers a chance.
Okay.
These older brothers, they're like, one's over 20, one's nearly 20, they're almost over the hill, so Ben just thought he would go easy and
let them have their one last hurrah. Who have you got then out of the Sykes brothers, Adam or Matthew, to beat the other?
I think Adam is probably the slightly more experienced of the two and maybe in slightly better form. Matthew's, this is a season where really he's coming back after both guys coming back after some injuries. So this is just a opportunity to get back and get racing again, and they'll both really be looking more to next season to really hit their straps again.
So Adam in lane 3 and Matthew in lane 6. Ones to watch there, and then Lewis Albro from Northdown AC in lane 4.
Lewis or Louis? How do we say that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
I've heard both, of course. So.
Lewis, Louis. Athletes are just jumping into the blocks.
Because actually it's not Lewis Mallon, it's Louis Mallon. It's King Louis the 16th, so
it's true.
I'm going with Louis.
Okay, Louis it is. Seems like Robbie Rankin is maybe not in this race.
Yeah. Robbie's formerly a steeplechaser in years gone by, and now he's a bit of a multi-eventer.
Okay, athletes are in the blocks. And they're away.
Adam Sykes got away
cleanly.
quickly. And Louis Albro as well, just ahead, yeah.
His northbound vest just inside him, Adam
Really
Sykes.
good race.
So Louis Albro there claiming the automatic qualifying place, and Adam, who's pretty close, will have to wait to see if he makes the final based on his time.
Yep, just
got to sit and watch one more hit, one more hit, yeah.
Approximately 11 seconds, the winning time for that race there. Seems like good conditions still out there. And one more heat of the men's 100 metres. And we've got Joe Frey in lane 1 from Lagan Valley AC. Joe, a very good, I think it's decathlete or heptathlete.
So there's up there.
So he must be
Callum Baird
just sharpening the tools a little bit in this 100 race here.
10.90. Cameron Colville, 11.37.
The big player in this race here, we have
42. Shea
Paul
McDermott,
Costello.
Lex McConville, 12.29.
And Paul is from Doonan AC. He's run a PB of 10.52, and that was his season's best, so he's obviously run that this season. Second fastest in the field, that'd be Killian Curran from UCD AC. 10.98 is his PB, but he's run 11.04 this season, so I'm sure he's going to be looking to improve on both of those times if he gets away cleanly here today. Also have a few other athletes in the 11s. This race here could be fairly close, with Paul Costello being the big favourite in lane 5.
This final race before heading off to Gothenburg for the World Masters Championships. Then Shemsa Quinn of Lagan Valley in lane 2.
Just heard here as well from John Glover that Joe Frey is jumping in this race before he heads over to Gothenburg for the World Masters Championships. I'm not sure exactly what events he's competing in over there, but I imagine it is the decathlon, which he is quite well known for.
Project in lane 8.
Obviously his daughter Laura, also a very good sprinter. Laura Frey, another Lagan Valley athlete. I think there's a good chance that Laura was part of a team that recently broke the
fourth in the national championships.
Potentially the world record for the 35.
Okay.
Over 35 400 relay, or something of the sort. I think I'm fairly close with that, but I'm not sure it's 100% correct, so no one quote me. Okay, the athletes are in the blocks. Paul Costello in lane 5. The one to watch.
Guys are just again settling into their blocks, and they're upbound away.
Yep, Paul Costello out really fast there. Really strong. Full running.
Paul Costello, who takes the automatic qualifying from Killian Curran.
Really well run, Joe Frey.
72.
Well done from him. 10.72. That is.
Did you catch our 3 qualifiers there, Dan?
I didn't. There's only one automatic from this race, as you well know.
Just testing.
You did well there. So I could definitely guarantee Paul Costello will be in the final of the men's 100 metres. 10.72 the winning time there, so 0.2 of a second outside of his personal and season's best. Didn't look like he started the best, but then as soon as he got the feet on the ground and was pumping the legs, he just tore away from the field. What were your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, no, same thing. Just he executed a pretty competent race, and the experienced sprinters, the guys who've been around for a while, they kind of really know what they're doing, and they don't, execute a decent start, and then once they're in their, fully upright and in their running, they just flow and get it done. It's always weird because as when you're coaching athletes, even the middle distance guys, and you're trying to teach them to sprint a wee bit and how to relax and keep the shoulders relaxed, there's always a tendency to really tense up. And tension, tightness is the enemy of really good sprinting. But it was interesting in the Olympic 100 metres, the Jamaican guy who probably showed the best in the semis, he got quite tight in the final, and Lyles closes really, really fast over the last 30 metres. And if you I looked at some of the footage back, Lyles was just, really fluent, looked really relaxed, and the Jamaican athlete just was tight.
400 metres, just 6 competitors. In lane 3 will be Charlotte Burke at DSP.
So, coming up we have the senior women's 400 metre. I think there's 6 athletes in this field.
And Dan, I'm going to have a little look at the open track results and see if I can give our listeners any feedback on what's happening with the discus.
Mary Hurhan goes in lane 6, representing UCD.
In the meantime, I can read out this field of 6 for the women's 400 metre. Leading record is Stephanie Llewellyn from 1995, 52.54. 3 athletes per heat plus 2 non-auto qualifiers. So I don't know if there's only 6 athletes, then does that mean that there's no final for this as well? Not entirely sure. But you'd be pretty upset if you were the 6th athlete, because it's 3 per heat plus 2 non-auto qualifiers, so 5 to go through from a field of 6. But anyways, Charlotte Burke in lane 1 from Dundrum, South Dublin AC. Lane 2, Amy Jo Kierans from, not entirely sure of the club.
Burke and
Lauren McCourt, lane 3 from Bandon Athletic Club. Molly Hurhan from University College Dublin AC in lane 6. Nicole Walsh from Galway City Harriers in lane 7. And Michelle Duggan, unattached, in lane 8.
Nicole Walsh from Galway.
Okay, we're back from a little bit of radio silence there. We're just checking a couple of things behind the scenes, as the listeners know we are professionals. So this is...
Well, one of us is.
This
It's not me.
It's not me either. This isn't my day job, but I'm having fun while doing it. We're learning on the fly. So this is the senior women's 400 metres, and it is a straight final. Athletes are just getting their blocks set up.
I'm just looking at the field, Dan, and just based on the stats, it looks like the battle's going to really be between two southern athletes, Lauren McCourt from Bandon, all the way down in County Cork. He's an under 23. She's a 54.52 clocking this season. And then we have Nicole Walsh from Galway, who's a 54.5. Decent quality field, a few other athletes dotted around 56s and down to 57.
Yep, don't sleep on lane 6 either, Molly Hurahan, 54.73. I would say
absolutely, yeah, I missed that one, yeah.
any of those three in the middle there, lanes 5, 6,
That's
7,
what the
8.
stats would say, Danny.
That's what the stats would suggest, but we know.
But inevitably, once the gun goes, sometimes the stats go straight out the window. And the 400 metres, I got to say, I ran a 400 a couple of times in my running career, and it is the most brutal event that's out there. If you get it wrong over the first couple of hundred, you get to about the water jump, the lactate starts basically flowing through your veins. And I ran a 400 here years ago, and I got it wrong due to inexperience. And about 120 metres to go, I felt like somebody had hit me with a cricket bat.
I think I've experienced a similar thing in a 4x400 relay. I was the anchor leg. We were third at the changeover, and we were second last by the end because I completely locked up in the home straight.
You brought the team home?
Yeah, I brought the team home.
But kind of not home?
Yeah, and we went straight home with our heads in our hands after that.
Yeah.
Okay. Women's 400 metre straight final about to begin. Anyone's race, but it was just 5, 6 or 7. Lanes 5, 6 or 7, the ones to watch.
And I suppose one of the differences between the 400 and the 100 is the start, of course, in the longer distance isn't quite so important, but the 400 guys want to, get a decent start and get into the running along the back straight and just feel relaxed and comfortable and start to flow. Always a bit of nervous anticipation as the athletes. You can see some of them jogging around on the spot, trying to keep stretched and keep warm. I think sometimes some of the just bobbing from foot to foot, bouncing on the spot. It's also trying to keep the head engaged.
Yeah.
Stay in the moment.
Very exciting to watch this, especially after watching that women's 400 metre.
The final of the women's 400 metres.
Hurdles. Femke Ball versus Cindy McLaughlin.
Yeah, I think Femke is probably still recovering from that.
Yeah. Anyways, we've got the women's 400 metre final here at the NI Ulster Senior Track and Field Championships 2024. Athletes are taking the blocks.
Crowd being shushed, give the athletes a chance so they can hear the starter. And they're off.
And they're away. Good reaction times by all. What are you seeing initially here, Michael? It's kind of hard to tell on that opening curve.
Everybody's up and into the running.
Lane 7 making up the stagger.
Looking like
The Galway athlete, Nicole Walsh in lane 7. White vest with the red band.
yeah.
And just inside her, Lauren McCourt from Bandon is moving really, really well in the yellow vest. And I would say at the minute that Lauren McCourt is up. But really the 400 really unfolds once it gets off the final bend. You can see the stagger unwind. Yeah.
Lauren McCourt.
And
Lauren McCourt, yeah, has got maybe just about 1.5 meters. Race isn't over yet.
Lauren McCourt from Nicole
yeah,
Walsh.
Nicole Walsh pushing home. Strong finish from Michelle Duggan. Third place. 55.41. The winner there was Lauren McCourt, followed by Nicole Walsh and Michelle Duggan. That's unofficial results, but that's what we're seeing, and we'll call it as we see it, won't we, Michael?
We absolutely will. That was a good race. You know, kind of like the way it unfolded. Very competitive off the final bend, which is kind of all you can ask of a 400.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it a bit more exciting when all of the athletes are similarly competent. Otherwise, it's...
And as we saw in the Olympics, you know, so much happens in the last 50 of a 400. Going back to the men's 400 metres in the Olympics, you had Matthew Hudson-Smith, the British guy, ran a brilliant race and, you know, looked for everybody. Like 50 metres out, he was claiming gold. And then the American came through with that staggering late run and just led up the ground over the last 50, closed really fast and just got there on the line. So that's what can happen. Once the lactate starts flowing, you get a little bit tight, you feel a bit of fatigue, you start rocking and rolling. Somebody else is fluent, they can just eat up the distance between you and get ahead.
I honestly think that Hudson Smith thought he had it, and he sort of just popped off the gas, is what I sort of saw it as. And yeah, the American athlete, was his name Quincy
Watts, yeah. I think Hudson Smith couldn't have run a better race. I mean, he got a new European, improved his own European record, got a PB, so you can do no more. But I think we got the men's 400 metre heats coming up now, Dan, and we can get some info on those. The guys are just on the track.
That's right. And the senior women's high jump is about to kick off as well.
And we've got 2 heats in this race. Probably looking at lane 1 from Dundrum, South Dublin. We've got Kieran Carthy.
He's a
48.60 guy.
Only athletes who have broken 50 in this first heat, although Billy Ryan doesn't have a PB attached to his name, so could be a 46 guy.
And we've got how many qualifiers in this automatically?
2 heats, 3 qualifiers, and 2 non-automatic qualifiers, so you got 8 into the next round. So 3 from each heat, and then 2 non-automatic.
And we got another former pupil of mine, I love just plugging this, young Finn Cross from Willowfield. Finn ran cross country at Lockview Primary School and joined the Willowfield Club. Has been guided thus far by the legend that is Lawson Cochrane, and he's showing a bit of pace. He's got a 51.95 this season. Kind of more commonly known as an 800 metre runner, but stepping down.
Line up for the first of these 400 metre heats.
Got a bit of a race within a race here with some local athletes.
Yeah, bragging rights for the under 20s.
Yeah, under 20s. Connor Adair, under 20, Northdown AC.
Should be in lane 4.
In
yes, here he comes.
lane 3, and then Finn Cross in lane 5 from Willowfield Harriers.
Got a late arrival from Lagan Valley. Dermot O'Shea.
7 and Billy Ryan in lane 8.
Yeah, it's also noticeable. A lot of good young sprinters. We talked about Orange Grove, but also from Northdown.
Yep.
And you've of course got former Northern Irish 100 metre champion Roger Sexton down there. Very well known and respected coach, and they continue to produce good sprinters, as well as the marathon guys, of course.
Absolutely.
Qualification.
That's correct.
The first 3 in each of the 2 heats, followed by the 2 non-automatic qualifiers.
So looking at Kieran Carthy from Dundrum South Dublin AC in lane 1 is the out-and-out favourite here. Second fastest in the field, Goldwyn Matthias in lane 6 from the same club. And then Luke Russell from Drumore AC in lane 2, and Godwin Matthias is in lane 6. So 1, 2, and 6
And we've got the sleeper Billy Ryan in lane 8, who we know nothing about. He's got no season's best.
unattached.
Yeah.
And the athletes are in the blocks.
See Gary Keenan moving faster than I've seen him move for a while. Just getting into the starter's position.
All the athletes away cleanly. Kieran Carthy really making up a lot of speed on that lane 1 against the rest of the field.
Yeah, he looks a class apart at the moment.
Yep, Godwin Matthias in lane 6.
Billy Ryan
Also running really well.
the outside lane.
Luke Russell not being left behind at all. And as we sort of get around this
Championships.
final bend, we'll start to see what's happening here.
And the athletes also, Danny, Kieran Carthy out ahead there, will be looking to conserve some energy as it's just a heat. 400 metres is a demanding event and you don't want to...
Three to go through
Yep.
automatically.
Kieran
Yes,
Carthy
yes.
out and out in front.
Yeah, very comfortable.
Kieran Carthy,
He'll be looking to...
Luke Russell from Jamora AC coming through in second. And then third place looked to be Godwin Matthias.
So it was a 49.16.
49.16. Very solid.
I was just saying there that if you're running a 400 metre heat and you've got to run a final later in the day, there is a need to conserve energy if you can kind of turn the burners off once you've got a lead in the home straight. Kieran Carthy seemed to push it pretty hard to the end. Hopefully he won't regret that later.
Senior women's high jump has also kicked off. I don't know if it's on the live stream, but seeing some fabulous athletes.
Yeah, of course we've got Summer Leckie, who's the class athlete in the field. Has won this title numerous times. Commonwealth Games athlete, Irish international. Season's best of 1 metre 81 and a personal best of 190. She, of course, is Finn Valley athlete. I can see the height at the moment is at 1 metre 60.
1 metre 60, and Macaulay next to go.
Okay.
So that was Anna Macaulay, and just fielded that height.
And another of our combined eventers.
And of course is a
Combined eventers.
combined eventer, heptathlete, and hopefully she'll have another couple of efforts at that to try to get the clearance.
Line up for Heat 2, we've got Casper Sloney from Newry AC and from Cool's College, Connor Anderson.
We're back on.
North Down goes in lane 6. Owen Kelly in 7.
hear us
Richard
okay?
Kenny and
Okay.
Anderson, Beachfront. Runner-up in the Tolkien Games.
And here we are for
Schools International.
The second heat of the 400 metres, Dan.
Great heat,
The guys are
lining
Yes.
up as we speak. We've got
looks like we've got Louis Albrow from the 100 metre heats, who's had a pretty rapid turnaround.
he's backed up very quickly. lane 6, Northdown AC.
Conor Anderson also
Ian Kelly, the fastest in the field.
Owen Kelly and Letterkenny, just marginally quicker, 49.45.
Lane 7, athletes taking the blocks.
So we're really looking at lanes 6 and 7 for the two form athletes, two sub 50 guys. And the starter just checking that everybody's got their fingertips behind the lines. Any infringements, and of course, the race can't start, or you get a. So, starter looks happy.
And they're away.
There we go.
Louis Albo started
60.
quite well. He's already,
Warmed up, I guess.
overtaking most of the field here.
Going well in lane
Has he
7.
run his race a bit quick though? That is be interesting to see how this shakes out on the home straight. Ian Kelly from Letterkenny also there, but Louis Albo has really given this a good go here. He's entered the home straight first.
60.
He's got a pretty commanding lead, so if he wants to save some energy for the final, he should start shutting it down pretty soon.
Looks very strong. He's going to run it all the way through.
Oh wow, he's going to go sub 50 as well.
Quite easily done.
48.84 in the heat.
Wow,
Flying place.
stunner of a run. That was a monster PB. Almost a second PB for Louis Albo from Northdown AC in lane 6.
And presumably he has a 100 metres
So Kelly.
before his 400 final, so he's going to be a busy boy today.
Maybe that's the secret.
Yeah, he was well warmed up.
He seems quite happy. I can see
Yeah,
him
the fists are being clenched there, so he looks pretty stoked that he's got a PB in the heat.
flexing the biceps.
Absolutely.
Not something you see often in the...
Middle distance guys,
Yeah.
they don't have any biceps to flex. Yeah, it's very hard to pose as a middle distance runner because you don't really have the, the chops.
No, need to have a beard or a shaved head or something.
Yeah,
Looks a bit more-
sprinters and particularly decathletes, they can strut around. They've got the physique. Yeah, once we had a group of our guys were training on the track and they had the shirts off, tops off, and another coach approached and complained and actually asked that they all put their tops back on. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. So that was heat 2 of the 400 meter men's. That was won by Louis Albo from Northdown AC in 48.8 unofficial. Ian Kelly in lane 7 from Letterkenny was second, and now moving on to heat 3. Actually, I think it was just 2 heats for the men's 400.
This is the 800 meter heats, so yeah.
Okay.
We're getting into the territory, Dan, where we're much more comfortable. Middle distance.
That's it.
So I can see James Gilliland from Striders, who's in this first heat. James is a 154 guy. Pretty strong fields today. It's going to be hard to make finals. I can also see down there Connell Kirk, former champion, who runs for Candor. At his best, a sub 150 guy. And we have young Frank Buchanan from St Michael's in Enniskillen. He's a very, very accomplished 1500 meter runner. And also has run some, again, I think 154-ish.
We've got
And also Andrew Thompson, guy I've been talking about on the podcast. Andrew is a really interesting athlete, unattached locally. I'm sure he won't be after today. Runs for Seal over in Manchester. He's in his debut season as a track athlete, and he's run 1:49.63, which is really outstanding. So what's the qualification year we're looking for? First 3 and then the 2 fastest
800,
losers.
There will be 2 heats. First 3.
So these heats are always interesting because athletes are trying to safely qualify but also trying to conserve energy. 800 is a demanding event. If you run too hard in the heat, it can take it out of the legs for the final. So they'll be trying to run a measured, controlled race and not waste energy.
Frank Buchanan from St Michael's in Enniskillen.
But I'm looking, I guess, on paper at Conal Kirk and Andrew Thompson as the two stronger athletes, and then we have a bit of a battle between maybe Frank Buchanan and James Gilliland to get that third automatic slot. And of course, in the second heat, the athletes have an advantage because you get a bit of a steer as to what the qualifying times are going to be.
I can see that this race here is already drawing a bit more of a crowd. See Northern Irish athletes and Team Ireland marathon runner at the Tokyo Olympics. Stephen Scullion is down trackside watching the race, and just next to him is Nick Griggs from Mid-Ulster.
And Rory Friel
from
Newry.
48.82 from Owen Kelly, 50.35. Casper Misloney, 51.90.
So championships,
Those were three automatic.
generally the runners run the first 100 metres and just in lanes, and then break.
49.17. Russell, 50.64.
They're looking to break today as well.
84.
Yeah, so it's just kind of after the start, once you break in the back straight, it's about trying to get a decent position.
Yep. You can see the cones out there over on the back straight. They'll break over there. So.
Yeah. And I say this is always interesting watching heats play out. You know, the experienced athletes will try to qualify, but conserve energy because they've got to go again later today. A couple of hours time, you're back on the line. So we've got 6 athletes in this first heat of the men's 800 metres.
Andrew Thompson, lane 6, the one to watch. Conal Kirk as well in lane 5.
Yeah, I think they're the two of the class of the field. They're the two guys to watch.
All the athletes away quite cleanly.
James Ashley on the inside. Lagan Valley then break over on the far side at the little yellow cones.
We'll get a look at their split at 400 metres. That usually is a good indicator of kind of pace they're running at.
Yeah, James Gilliland.
James has gone to the front.
Straight in the front there. Doesn't want this to be a slow race and a burn up over 100. So we'll see how this shakes out.
Not super quick though.
400-metre champion.
Second place there, you've got Andrew Thompson.
Looking very relaxed. It's the first chance I've had to have a look at this guy, and he looks the part.
Yeah.
Nice languid, relaxed style.
Andrew Thompson.
Conal Kirk showing all his experience, playing very close attention.
James Ashley.
And Frank Buchanan just tucked in behind there, and the Lagan Valley athletes still part of the group.
Yep, and that's split through
So
400.
60 seconds. So for these guys, that's the slow first lap. So I would expect to see them pick it up in the second lap.
Yeah, it looks like James has maybe stepped on the gas a little bit and pulling away, but I don't think
Frank
this is going
Buchanan, yeah.
to be too much issue.
Conal Kirk just biding his time in the back straight. Looking nice and relaxed.
Still James Gilliland who leads.
James Gilliland.
And Andrew Thompson is just sliding past now, looking very comfortable.
Moves up into
Frank Buchanan in third, James Gilliland in second, Andrew Thompson in first currently. Conal Kirk just sitting in fourth. And we'll see what happens on the last 100 here. The athletes fan out into the last 100.
I would expect Conal here just with his strength, he'll just push down.
Yeah.
Strongly.
So we got
Thompson from
Andrew Thompson, the winner, 156.54. James Gilliland in second, I believe, unofficially.
Conal Kirk third.
Conal Kirk third.
So they're the 3 automatic qualifiers.
The splits there were
56 seconds second lap.
60-50 for the first lap, and then 56 for the second lap, which
And
is
that's the hard way to run in 156. Generally, you want the first lap to be a couple of seconds quicker. But that'll be a good workout for the guys. And Frank Buchanan in fourth will have to wait to see if he's a fastest qualifier in terms of the non-automatic people.
On the far side, the women's discus.
exciting race though, I would say.
Yeah, it's shaping well for final.
1.70 m.
As the distance gets a little bit longer, you can see a few more tactics play out, which is
So we're looking at the second heat now, and if you can just click on that, Danny. Got young Finn diver there, I can see from Beachmount, St Malachy's College, and the nephew of a great former strider, Owen O'Neill. His mum, Kathy Diver, is a pretty good athlete, as is his sister Eva. But the class in the field is Roland Surlis in lane 3, who's recently moved to Candor. At his best, he's a 146 guy. Another athlete to look out for is Patrick Sheridan from Newcastle and District AC. Patrick was a good schoolboy athlete who then left the sport for a while and has come back spectacularly in the last couple of years, and has run, I think, in the region of 152 and 351 for 1500. Unique running style, but moves really, really fast.
So going in heat 2, we've got Finn Diver, Beachmount in lane 1, Noah Sheridan in 2. Roland Surlis goes in lane 3 for Candor. Patrick Sheridan.
Jack O'Donnell,
lane 4.
Rotoa AC, under 23 is a 153 guy. So we're probably looking at Roland Surlis, Patrick Sheridan, and Jack O'Donnell on paper as the fastest qualifiers.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait to see how that unfolds. And it's in the guys here, it's in their interest to try to run faster than the first heat. Get a qualifying slot if you don't make the automatic 3.
There's no repechage here in
No.
Belfast.
We couldn't even spell it here.
And they're all the way. All started well. Jack O'Donnell
Yeah, Jack O'Donnell is,
started quite strong there.
Great support from his grandfather down there.
of course, it could suddenly slow down.
Yeah, which he looks to have done.
Yeah, he's waiting to see if somebody else will take it on.
Go at the break. Doesn't look like anyone really wants to be leading here.
Yep.
Slowed down
We
a
just get
fair
a bit
bit.
of a...
800-meter runners.
So again, going through in around 29 seconds, so we're looking at a 60-second first lap, so it's even slowed down beyond that, so this is going to be really tactical.
Bit of push and shove as well, because no one wants to be taking it
Frank
out.
Buchanan will be rubbing his hands and thinking, great, I'm in the final if this continues.
You could throw a blanket over the
So Patrick
athletes.
Sheridan, just followed by Roland Surlis.
See who the fastest sprinter
Jack
is.
O'Donnell, yeah. This is going to be slower than the first lap. They're going to go through in about 62,
It's an absolute
which
joke.
is about 4 minutes, 1500 pace. So it's really become a sprint race for the second lap. Finn Diver keeping close attention there.
Finn Diver in the green, tucked in on the inside.
So you're maybe looking at about a 158 finish for this. And that's if they got to get it on. They still haven't moved
I
yet.
wouldn't suggest that they haven't.
They're going to go through 600 and 2 minute pace.
Heels.
So
Patrick Sheridan.
Starts to quicken a little bit now.
In second place.
200 to go, 150 to go. Roland Surlis in second. I'm not sure who's
Patrick
in first.
had a
there.
wee sneaky look over his shoulder there, and now he's turning on the burners.
Candor.
Yep. So Patrick Sheridan enters the home straight in first. Roland Surlis
Roland looking very comfortable.
second.
Mark Harvey.
Mark Carberry making a really big run here.
So it's going to be very close for third and fourth.
Surlis, I think
Really hard to tell, but I think that one there was run by Patrick Sheridan in 1:59.46. Second place, Roland Surlis from Kendall. And then third place, we might have to wait for that.
Finn Diver or Mark Carberry. And that means that Frank Buchanan, who was the fourth finisher in the first heat, is definitely in the final because he would have run faster than 1:59. So we'll confirm the finalists in due course, but heat's out of the way. And if I was a betting man, I would be looking at Andrew Thompson, Connell Kirk, Roland Surlis, and maybe an outside bet for a medal, Patrick Sheridan. But I think that's where the race will play out.
And summer goes clear.
So just over in the high jump there, Irish International, Summer Lucky has just gone clear.
Yeah, 1.7 meters.
170, that's well within her capabilities, so
Looked very comfortable there.
yeah.
Now for the first presentation of the
It's a fantastic sport to watch, the high jump, isn't it?
Long jump. Our winner was Dara Andrews.
So we're just going over to the first presentation of the day. Or not. The cameras on the women who are just getting ready for the first heat of the 800 metres. I can see Eva Downey from one of our good young up-and-coming athletes from the city of Lisburn, just pacing nervously just near the start line. And at the other end of the spectrum we have Denise Toner from Clones, a legendary Masters athlete, competed with distinction throughout her career, and then now the autumn of her career is still a very, very fine athlete.
2:16.69. The women's 800 is going to be going as a straight final.
Correction, it's not a heat, it's going as a straight final. We've see some of the athletes who were originally entered have not turned up. So we're just looking along the starting list and looking for the...
So we've got a meeting record here as
Ciara McGeehan, which is not going to be trouble today. I would hazard a guess at that. But we're looking at Eve Marie Nocter, who's from Lucan, down south, who's a 2.8 athlete. 2:13 this year. Just looking along the, I mean, we've got Eva Downey 2:11, maybe starting as a slight favourite. This looks on paper like a really competitive race. A lot of the ladies clustered around the 2:13, 2:14 mark. Eva a couple of seconds quicker, but a couple of athletes also in there who have historically fast times. So this is going to be an interesting one. We've also Finn Diver, who was in the last heat of the men's 800. His younger sister, Eva, very good Irish schools calibre athlete at the moment. I think also represented Ireland in the Schools International.
She competes for
Beachmont, yeah, the distinctive green vest. She's a 2:13 athlete.
So it suggests Eve Marie Nocter could be the class of the field here, but as you said,
she's some way off her best this season.
Anything can happen in this one here, Michael. It's very exciting to see.
It's a real mixture of youth and experience we have, as well as Eva Downey, who just finished school. We have Eva Diver and Olivia Morgan, who are still at school, really good young athletes. Olivia, of course, the daughter of David Morgan, Annadale Strider, and exponent of the marathon at this stage.
Yep, Olivia herself, she runs for Lagan Valley.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, and the athletes are just getting ready. And again, going to be busy when they break because we've got a couple of lanes where they're doubling up. Lane 3 and lane 5.
Starters look happy.
And the athletes are away.
Nocter goes in 7 and Eva Diver in lane 8.
So we'll start to call it as things start to unfold when the athletes break. Looking at the tall figure of Eva Downey in the City of Lisburn vest, who's midfield. Very leggy athlete, yeah.
Eve Marie Nocter first to the break there and seems happy to go out in front and set the pace here. So
Eva Diver just moving up into second place, kind of following the lead. So it's gone out pretty quickly, gone out in a 30-second first 200. I would expect it to start slowing down a little bit just now.
Eve Nocter seems to be 3 or 4 metres off the front here.
Yeah, it's a very bold approach to the race. She looks to be going just for a gun to tape kind of win, yeah.
Yep. Time trial, all the athletes looking really good. Denise Toner right in there as well in the chase pack. First lap in 64.
So a little group of 4.
Yep.
And if any of the people in that chasing group have aspirations to win the race, I would suggest that somebody's going to need to start making a move along the back straight. Because you can't always rely on the athlete with the gap who's going to come back unless they blow.
Yeah, and that gap is growing back to Eva Diver, currently in second.
I can see Olivia Morgan, who's back in about 6th.
And the diver, the national under 17.
This might play into Denise Toner's favour here in the home straight.
Emma Bonner.
Got to say though, Eve
Dark colours of
Nocta seems to be slowing down a little bit, maybe tying up a little bit on this last bend.
And there's been a bit of a move, yeah.
109 for her.
Emma Bonner from Letterkenny looks like she's leading the charge. But yeah, this is going to be a...
Masters champion.
Denise Toner in third currently as they enter the final 100. Ava Diver fancies the sprint here.
Ray is again very emphatic win. She's just been too strong today. Just pulling away.
Yeah.
That looks the season's best for her, 2:13.97.
Second place looked to be Emma Bonar.
Yeah, from Letterkenny.
Third place, Ava Diver. Won unofficially in 2:13.97 by Eve Nocta. Fantastic race.
Yeah, she was very, very strong from the gun and didn't really weaken. You know, everybody got tired in the last couple of hundred.
Senior men's discus. In third place was Troy McConville of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow with 35.51. In second place, Ian McMullen unattached with 37.10. And our winner, John Dwyer from Templemore, 42.18.
We just had the presentation for the men's discus. And in first place we had John Dwyer from Templemore, 42.18. Second place we had Ian McMullen, who's currently unattached, in 36.46 metres. And third, the multi-eventer, Troy McConville from Windsor, Slough and Eton in 35.51. So well done to those guys. We're having a temporary lull in proceedings just at the moment. We'll be coming back to you with the women's 100 metres.
There's no automatic.
So we're back at you live again at the Mary Peters track on a gloriously bright and almost summery day. Don't get to say that very often about Northern Ireland, Danny, do we?
Definitely not. It's stunning. There's a lot of...
So we're waiting for the ladies 100 metre final, but just to bring you a little bit of catch-up news, Finn Diver, we can confirm, finished third and an automatic qualifier in the second heat of the men's 800 metres, which leaves Jack O'Donnell to possibly sweat.
So final of the senior women's.
So I would suspect he'll make it.
Should we preview the senior women's final here, Michael?
Okay,
100
Dan.
metres. Got Lydia Morris in lane 1, Carla Teese in lane 2, Ola Comfort in lane 3, Roshana McGuckin in lane 4, Sarah Leahy in lane 5, Janine Boyle lane 6, Emma Hutchison lane 7, Catherine Hempton in lane 8.
And on the basis of the heats that we saw, Dan, I think we're both agreeing that Sarah Leahy looked the form athlete from Killarney Valley.
Just keep an eye on lane 5 there. Janine Boyle also ran well in that first heat, so...
I think the deal is based on the heat times, the faster athletes are line up side by side in the middle of the track.
Okay, so 4, 5 and 6 then, is that what you're telling me?
As a sprinter, it'll gives you greater awareness of what's happening around you so that you can respond. Probably the lane 1 and lane 8 are probably the worst places to be, because you have to crane your neck to see what's happening around you. So the athletes are just coming under starters' orders. So we're looking at lanes 3 through to 6 for the fastest athletes. And they're away. And Sarah Leahy's got a really quick start, powering away.
She started really low, really strong. She's pulling away from the rest of the field.
Really, really smooth.
Looks like Rojana came second there.
Second with Orla Comerford.
Orla Comerford, yeah, from Raheny Shamrock in third. So we called it, Danny. Sarah Leahy with a very emphatic, very impressive win there in a really good time of 11:54. That may even be a PB for her.
There you go.
And the win, Danny, any updates on it? Was it legal?
The wind, ooh, now you're going to test me. I'm not entirely sure. I imagine it's the same as what it was a bit earlier. But, yeah, it seemed fairly legal to me. Really good race, that one. Out and out. I think we can agree that Sarah Leahy,
she got a really good start and kind of once you got into running, just look really controlled, really compact, and just float along the track.
Yeah, she started. You could visibly see she started a lot lower than the other athletes when she came out of the block. She was low and just powering forward.
And once you get that really good start and you're into your running quickly, that puts a lot of pressure on the athletes around you, and you can see some of the other ladies starting to get a little bit tight, because then you start trying to force it, and once you start trying to force it as a sprinter, in real terms you lose headway. I enjoyed that. That was excellent. Hope everybody who's watching online enjoyed that race.
As Summer Leckie prepares for her first attempt at 1:80 m.
Summer Leckie just about to try 1.8 metres, 1:80 m.
And meanwhile, at the bottom end of the track, just near the 100 metre start, we can see the ladies' pole vault has just happened.
Here goes Summer right now. Big jump. Knocks the bar with the shoulders, no good. Not entirely sure if the viewers can see this on the screen. Maybe they're just seeing the starting blocks. Looks like the men's 100 final is about to start.
And I don't think you get very good odds on who's going to win this race. Go down to Paddy Power, they'd just be saying, nah guys.
The lineup for the final of the men's.
So what Mike was referencing there, Israel Olatunde from Tower, AC. I think he's going to be the out-and-out favourite here and very hard to beat. But Louis Albo, fresh off a fast 400, He's backing it up again for the 100 final.
This is going to be our boy of the championships. I would fully expect this guy to turn up in the steeplechase and the 800 as well. Now I'm kind of curious as well to see what Callum Baird can do. Again, he's running the 400 later today. Good workout today for him, but I guess the logic is, as a 400 meter guy, if you can improve your 100 meter flat speed, you can then take that back into the event and hopefully go faster. I mean, for Callum, I guess the big challenge going forward would be to get that sub 46 second clocking. And once you're in the 45s, you know, that's almost a different ballpark.
What are some of the classic combos that athletes compete in? It's the 100, 200, 400, 800.
Well, 2-4 as well. I mean, Michael Johnson, who's now one of, I think, probably the outstanding athletics pundit. Michael Johnson was world record holder, Olympic world champion at 200 and 400. 4-8 has been done before, most famously Alberto Juantarena, an outstanding Cuban athlete. Apparently had like this huge stride. It seems to be slightly less common now, but 2 and 4.
The athletes are just lining up here for the 100 meter men's final. One to watch in lane 3, Israel Olatunde from Talwell. Starts as the absolute favourite here. We'll see how this shakes out in just a moment.
Adam Sykes, well done to him, in lane 1, made the final. So the thing is whether some of the other athletes running with Israel can get pulled to quick times. Shane Howard in lane 2 was impressive in the heats also in Bandon. Paul Costello as well. Paul Costello, who's in lane 5. So again, we're looking at the middle lanes for the fastest athletes, and our medals most likely will come from there.
Oh, false start there. Interesting to see what happens here. Do they implement the card system in regional events like this?
That's a very good question. I guess if they're following International Athletics Federation rules, I would presume they have to. I was going to say the IAAF, which of course is no longer the body. It's now the IAF. So the athletes, after a false start, it's all about just settling the nerves again, staying with your plan, how you're going to execute.
I did hear as well the reason that they use the disqualification and card system in the Olympics and some of those other major championships is some athletes were using the false start as a way of getting inside their competitors' heads. So
yeah, it's a disruptive tactic.
If you watch Israel here, when he sets up on the blocks, he has the same routine every time, similar to Nadal in some ways before he serves. You know, the swipe of the eyebrows,
Yeah, I guess the thing is the athletes, that you want to get your routine, pre-race routine, so ingrained that it's just muscle memory. You want to clear your mind, just think about how you want to execute. Just don't allow any distractions to get in your head.
And didn't look like anyone was red carded or yellow carded from that first attempt. So full field is back again for the final of the men's 100.
And if you're watching this and you're not conversant with 100 meters, watching Israel in lane 3, it's just fantastic to watch a really high quality exponent of this event. So from gun to tape. Israel up and into is running really quickly. Look at that immense power coming down.
Really strong, but to be fair, Paul Costello was not far behind. Israel, little finger pointing up in the sky.
We're looking at the time of 10:35.
That is rapid.
It is rapid. That was a really good race.
Fantastic race.
As you say, Paul Costello had a really good run.
He had a bit of a problem there.
Big, powerful guy.
Looks like Louis Albo is done in after his 3 races in 30 minutes.
And did you catch a third place there?
I didn't actually, but maybe we'll wait for the update on that.
Of the senior women's long jump. In third place was
I'm sure John will put us out of our misery in due course.
Yeah, but can guarantee it was Israel in first,
in second,
followed by Paul Costello in second,
564.
third place to come.
And our winner, Lauren Callahan of Finn Valley with 588.
So I'm just looking at the qualifiers just to tidy up a bit of past business in the 800 meters final, which is later today at 13:50. So with Frank Buchanan, as I suggested, would be one of the fastest losers. Along with Mark Carberry's in there as well, and I think they have a bit of a mistake. Only have Noah Sheridan currently, who's looking like he's in the final, and it should be Patrick Sheridan.
Okay, maybe Patrick's brother.
Could be his younger brother, but I think he was considerably slower in his heat. So the final we predicted, I guess.
That's it.
Kira Burrows of Valley.
Okay, got the thumbs up. So we're here with Israel Latonde, winner of the men's 100 meter. How'd you find that, Israel?
Yeah, it was a decent race, you know. I love racing out here at Mary Pierce track. So I was really excited to come down and race, and the weather held up pretty well. So yeah, it was a decent race. Happy to come out with the win.
Yeah, produced a pretty quick time as well. What was it in the end? 10.3 something?
Yeah, it was 10:35. So that's kind of where I've been at this season. I've been pretty consistent around the 10.3s and some 10.2s. So I'm really happy just to keep that going.
Yeah. Any PBs this season?
Not yet. Hopefully the PB start to come soon. But you know, I'm just trying to focus on being consistent and executing my race plan.
Yeah. And how did the race play out for you? Did you get out of the blocks quite quick? You looked pretty good.
I don't know. I need to watch it back, but it didn't feel the greatest. But I think I came through strong in the second half of the race.
Yeah. We were talking just before the start as well. We noticed you have a very specific routine. Is that something that you practice before each race?
It's just something that's developed over the years. I think I've been doing that same routine since I was like 16, 15. So there's nothing really much to it. It's kind of like a ritual now, I guess.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. And the finger in the air when you win, one of those, is that your current celebration or a go-to?
It's kind of the same as the pre-race ritual, just like something I kind of do. I don't really think about it. I'm just always excited to get the win, no matter where it is. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, look, I think that'll pretty much, we won't take too much more of your time, but thanks for joining us today and congratulations. We'll catch you again soon.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
So just looking over to the 200 meter start, which is where the 5,000 meters also starts, and we're looking at the 4 women who are going to contest this race.
The medalists in the women's 800 metres report for presentation.
So we've got Catherine Hrubar from
The final of the 100, a win for
City of Derry Spartans,
10:35.
as well as Orla Duffy
Oslo, second at 10:58.
from Dublin City Harriers, Rosha Roberts from Candle, and then Joanne Mills from Newcastle and District AC.
And I guess the big news on this race is that Hannah Gilliland had been entered and probably would have started favourite, but I can see that she's not in fact there. She's sitting in the stand.
Looks to be enjoying a nice cup of coffee. So just down to these 4 athletes to contest for the medals today.
It's always tough when there's just 4 people because some poor person is going to go 12 and a half laps and not get a medal. For me, I'm looking at it. I would think Rocia Roberts would start as a pretty clear favourite. Got a 15-second gap between her in terms of season's bests with Orla Duffy. Orla, of course, she runs in Dublin, but is from Glaslough region, and her brother Conor Duffy is a well-known Irish marathon runner and cross-country runner of some repute. And this will be interesting because once we see the 5,000 guys go, we'll get a bit of a sense of what conditions are like in terms of wind, because in the distance races, once you get above 800 metres, if there's a wee bit of wind there just irritating you, it can slow you down. Can affect just the rhythm of laps. If you're running into a wind in the back straight that slows you down, almost becomes like a differential kind of lap.
Just about to get underway for athletes contesting this 5,000 metres.
So Danny, we're happily ensconced in our natural habitat, the distance stuff.
Yep. Now we're talking.
And I can see just down at trackside, just directly ahead of us, we're going to have the medal ceremony, it looks like, for the 800 metres.
800 metre women's, yep, that's right. Women's 5,000 has now started.
We'll bring you the 800 metre presentation as well if we can. Well, the camera's elsewhere, so we're just going to follow the action in the 5,000 metres.
I doubt that we'll be calling every 200 split, but through the first 200 in
44 seconds,
which is 6-minute mile pace. So
just under. So we've got Joanne Mills is out front from Newcastle and District, and the two main protagonists, or who we think are the two main protagonists, are just tucked in. And the City of Derry athlete, Kathleen Herbrar, that's probably a brutally bad pronunciation.
I'll back you for getting that right. I think that was pretty good.
I'm suggesting that might have a Hungarian or Eastern European origin. They're well known for having their H's and their R's and their B's in close proximity.
It must be a somewhat tough way to run this. Joanne Mills, obviously, a little bit off the back, so it kind of ends up just being a bit of a time trial for her, at least the three ladies.
Well, no, Joanne's in the leading three. It's the City of Derry athlete who's off the back.
Catherine Herbal off the back. Difficult way to run a 5,000 metre on the track, but...
And we can see Orla Duffy has just taken up the pace at the front of the race, and Rocia Roberts has just shadowed her there, and I would posit the idea that the race is going to be between these two athletes.
They look very comfortable, chilling at the moment. So,
she's followed by
beautiful day out there around 5,000 metres on the track if you had to pick a day. Wouldn't mind it myself. You ever raced 5,000 on the track, Michael?
I have. I've raced the 5,000 metres just once, and on this track, and immediately I'd finished, I vowed never to do it again. I was running 15s and 8s at the time, and it was a decent enough time, for first go, but I just sat with the main competition, and I kicked with about 120 metres to go. But it was more just once you got past about 5 laps, it was just the mixture of pain and monotony. When somebody shouts, 5 to go, and then I think if you scale it up, you can imagine if you're in a 10k on a hot day on the track, you're starting to feel a bit grim at about 10 laps. 15 to go.
It does. It's very impressive when you see obviously the best in the world, and that last sort of couple of laps, and they're still able to find this massive gear to just finish really strongly. It's amazing. Did you see the women's 5,000 metre, the push and shove?
And I guess that's because there's so many athletes at the end. But I think, if you're in a big field and it's a compact field in terms of times, it's probably easier to get into the race. A race like this is really tricky because it's a small field, and once you're dropped and you're running solo, it becomes a real slog. And that's the mental, I guess, challenge of keeping going when you're running by yourself for those laps. So you can see Joanne Mills has just drifted off the back a little bit here.
Yeah. 3:37 for that first K, which is just over 18-minute 5K pace.
Yeah. So it's a slow pace for these girls are capable of running faster. So I would suggest the race is going to wind up. Second K is going to be a bit quicker. And as I say that, I can see Orla Duffy starting to stretch out a wee bit.
Yeah. Orla Duffy, coached by, do you know?
Don't know.
Roger Roberts, coached by Mark Kirk.
Yeah.
John Mills finished 6th.
If you were Mark Kirk, what would you be telling your athlete about this race today?
I would guess. I mean, it depends. I mean, it's just about, whether you want to sit in.
Just about, if you want to sit in and let someone else do all the work, or and maybe attack it with, what would you say, maybe a K or a mile to go?
I think if you're really confident of a big finish, I mean, this is not going to be a PB race. They're not going to run record times here. So the object is just to win it. So if it were me, I would just be sitting in and choosing a moment to go.
Intermediate cross-country champion.
We also have some pole vault action on the field. It's important to give the field events guys a little bit of love from time to time. And of course the pole vault is one of the most technically challenging events within the sport of athletics. You've got to have speed, power, the grace and dynamism of a gymnast as you start to try to get over that bar.
And I think we've got the athlete Abby O'Neill from, I believe it's City of Lisbon, AC. Could be completely wrong, could be Chloe Lynch from Gowan AC, but someone in red. Seeing if they can get a good vault here.
You can see the wind actually there is actually blowing into their faces. So John Glover was saying that, blustery kind of conditions make it tricky for jumpers, for high jumpers, for pole vault because of the time you're spending in the air.
With 5 meters 88 from Rihanna McCarthy, 5:64, and third Aaron Fisher at City of Lisbon with
And that's
5:08.
a fail at that height.
Honestly, it looks very technically difficult, and I don't know
Men's discus.
how if I could do it, but I would love to try it one day. It looks really fun.
And I can see it looks like Jim Alexander, one-time pole vaulter, very experienced and accomplished pole vault coach, and also a very experienced track official who's up in the vicinity.
Looks like we're back on the women's 5,000 on the live stream here. So what do you see is happening right now? Looks like they're both still just comfortably chilling. At about, 1,900 meters?
And you got 8 laps to go. No, 7 laps to go.
Just coming towards the 2 kilometre mark. We'll bring you that split if it pops up on the screen.
Yeah, when you've got somebody like Orla just pushing along in front, Roche's job is just really to try to stay on her heels, stay really relaxed, try to save energy so that if she chooses to go, whether it's 2 or 3 laps out or whatever, that you can put in a big enough burst to get that gap and essentially just sicken the other athlete. The other way of looking at it is that Orla's doing all the work, and if I were Orla, perhaps I might move wide and say, well, you have a go.
Yep. I think I got that wrong as well. I was looking at the home straight as being the 2,000 metre split, but I think that's actually on the back straight. So Not entirely sure what they went through 2 kilometres in, but yeah, as you said, Orla Duffy is in first, but Roche Roberts just right behind her.
Yeah, and as we were saying, Dan, this is always I think this is the tough part of the event. Once you get sort of into that middle mile, that's the sloggy bit. Once you get to the last mile, you know, the end is nigh, and you can start kind of preparing yourself for how you're going to close the race. But at this stage, it's just about gritting your teeth and keeping going.
Both ladies looking very comfortable. Honestly, I would say that Rocha maybe looks a touch more comfortable. Hard to know though. Hard to know what they're thinking, but fairly relaxed so far.
Yeah, we're saying about Orla Duffy is a fairly recent convert to the sport. I think has only been running a couple of years and has made pretty good progress. She had a pretty solid run this year. I think top 20 in the Irish Senior Ladies Cross Country. And I think also got a Northern Ireland and Ulster representative vest as well.
We're back on the pole vault here quickly. We've got a clearance. Very good vault.
Looks like 2 meters 90.
Imagine if there was a bit of a thicker crowd down that end of the field. They'd be roaring with applause right now, but we can appreciate that good vault from here.
The result of the women's discus was a win for Anna Gavigan, retaining her title with a throw of 48 metres 64.
You see a few of Roche's club mates turning up here. We've got Callum Morgan and Tony McCambridge. I think they might both be competing in some of the events a bit later.
Yeah, I think they're both 5,000 metres. Yeah, the Candor Club is going from strength to strength. You know, they've hoovered up a lot of really good athletes over the last year, 18 months.
Steve Vest and Beth Lindsay Glover with.
So the City of Derry athlete probably in danger of being lapped fairly imminently, as our 2 leaders are making serious headway behind her.
Right, it looks fantastic out there today. I'm a bit upset that we're up here in the shade. Might have to get out with the roaming mic soon to get chatting to a few people.
See, Danny, that's the Australian in you. It just surfaces every now and again, the need for UV.
Yeah, I'm like a plant.
Yeah.
Need a bit of UV.
Yeah, see, we respond more as Irish people. We just need rain.
Yeah.
2 meters 90.
You guys don't need vitamin D. You need vitamin G, vitamin Guinness.
Yeah. No, I must say I do like a bit of sunshine now and again.
Yeah. Looks like we're back here on the pole vault, and that was a good jump by, or vault, whoever that was. Not entirely sure, but here we go, the ladies. 5,000 metre final. Still, as we left it, Orla Duffy, followed closely by Rocha Roberts. Four laps to go at this point.
You can see Orla, the sort of the concentration etched on her face. She's just trying to knock out these laps here, hoping that she can do enough to weaken Rocha. As an athlete, when you're pushing at front, you're just hoping that eventually you can sense that bit of a gap.
Orla Duffy from Rocha Roberts.
Whereas Rocha is just playing the game of, I've just got to stay right on her heels, try to relax, not let a gap grow, and just bide my time.
Did you catch that 3K split there by any chance, Michael? 11.
I didn't. I mean, I'm sort of kind of almost reconciled to the fact that it's not going to be a super fast race after the first K, but they seem to be moving pretty well. I'll get a sense when they've got a lap to go. We can kind of. Now the lap marker is saying 4.
I think it's just about to be switched.
I'm assuming
so
it's to 3 laps to go, so 1,200 meters when they get here.
So it looks like it should be Morgan Wilson next to go at 290 in the pole vault.
both Orla and Rocha still just ticking away. Both athletes still looking pretty comfortable. Neither look to be hurting too badly.
So 3 laps to go and it's about 13:20. So we could be looking at something in the 17 minutes ranges, I would imagine.
So correction to that, it's Emer McBride of Lusk who's next to go, and under 18 athlete.
Lots of exciting things happening here today. Good amount of spectators here. Weather's beautiful. Some really good events to come. So if you're sitting at home watching this live stream and you fancy coming down to the track to have a bit of a look, there's plenty of people here. There's some pizzas getting thrown around.
Ice cream, coffee.
Yeah, the weather is gorgeous.
We're looking for the.
Now, of course, if you're a very conscientious athlete, you will not be having any ice cream unless you're trained really hard today. Do you know what a 99 is, Danny?
A 99, is that like a 15?
No,
A millionaire shortbread or something?
See, you know, we need to educate you now you're living in this country. A 99 is an ice cream in a cone with a big flake just wedged in the top of that
Okay.
sucker.
Yeah, yeah.
So you've got to have a 99.
A 99. I wonder why it's called that.
Who knows?
So 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go. Rosha Roberts takes the front for the first time in a few laps. Orla Duffy.
So she cut in
Slots
quite
the
tight
line.
there on Orla.
She
Yeah,
did,
she
that
did.
was-
Yeah, probably not intentionally, but Orla probably wouldn't be loving that. So that's a pretty emphatic kick by Russia. And she's got a couple of meters already.
Her bid for victory today.
Yeah.
I think that was an unintentional chop of the stride there.
It
or
was, I guess.
Maybe a move that Mark Kirk has been putting into his athletes.
I couldn't possibly comment on any of that, Danny. No, I think it's just one of those things that sometimes happens, and
Fatigue towards the end of the race.
yeah. But Roche has been a pretty emphatic kick, and she's now got 10, 15 meters.
Yep.
So barring a pretty sensational comeback from Orla or a collapse from Rocha, I would say that the battle for the gold medal looks pretty much sorted.
I wouldn't say that Orla has slowed down. I just think that Rosha has just kicked away a little bit here. So
Yeah, it was a good injection of pace. So Rocha's hurting as well. Head's starting to roll a little bit, but she's got that gap, and that will give her just the
1 to go.
the energy to keep going.
16 minutes. Just a little glance back from Rosha, seeing where Orla is. I think she can tell that she's probably got this racked up now.
And
but
actually, the gap is still growing. We're now looking at nearly 50 meters. So inside, a lap and a bit, she's put in a really, really, commanding, burst. And having led for so long, Orla's probably just thinking now, just got to get home. I got my silver medal, but I'm not going to win this one.
Rosha Roberts with a PB of 16:55. I don't think that she's going to go into that today.
It's not
but
going to be threatened today. Like once in a race like this, once the first K, is run at a slow pace, it's all about just taking the win.
Definitely, she's still moving really well.
Oh, she
Obviously
is. Yeah,
hurting
she
a little
is.
bit, but
it's also really good. I mean, this will be a great experience for her in, learning to sit in, follow the pace, and then kick. So you're learning different skills in different races. So that's a really strong performance. And,
Rosha Roberts.
I think maybe it's the first senior Northern Ireland title for Rosha Roberts, who's from Candor and also is a student at Dublin City University.
17:16 was the finishing time.
And a really game effort in second from Orla Duffy. And if we're looking back around the track, just on our last lap now is our bronze medalist, which is Joanne Mills.
The race is just finishing up here. 2 more athletes to go. Joanne Mills coming into the final 100 in just a second.
The pole vault next to go at 3 meters. under 20 Irish under 23 champion, third in the national seniors. As Joanne Mills comes in to take the bronze medal in the 5,000 metres.
Joanne Mills there, third place.
1 lap to go.
Michael's just popped away here for a moment just to see if he can catch up with someone to bring up here for an interview.
3 metres.
Catherine Navarre just going round, 300 left.
Now for the presentation of the women's 100 metres. In third place was Janine Boyle from Finn Valley in 12:15.
And I think we might be lucky enough here to be joined by the winner of the women's 5,000 metre final,
Our winner, Sarah Lee
Rosha Roberts.
11:54.
Just pause here and we'll bring you that in just a moment.
State is Una Bright.
So we're here in the wake of the 5,000 metres ladies with Rosha Roberts from Candor, who's the winner. So how was that?
It was good, yeah. I knew it was going to be windy, so I just sat in for the most of it behind Orla, and she did a good job pacing around. So
And the first K was fairly slow.
yeah, it was the same as under 23s the previous week. Had been sort of the same, so I knew that it would probably start slow.
And what was the plan, to go with a couple of laps, or did you kind of just build a plan as the race?
The plan was sort of to like stick in as long as possible because it was so windy, and then sort of just that I wasn't sure whether to go with 600 or 800 to go, so I just sort of decided 800.
And I said in commentary, am I right? This is your first senior women's Northern Ireland and Ulster title.
Yeah, this is the first one.
So how does that feel?
Great, yeah.
And the first of many, we hope.
Yeah, hopefully.
And you're running for Candor now. How long have you been in sort of Mark's sort of group and things?
I've been in the group about a year, but I just joined Candor in like February, March.
And Mark, as we know, is a very accomplished coach.
Yeah.
A fantastic group. How's that made a difference to you as an athlete?
I think it's just even there's a good group of girls up there to train with, and before I was sort of training by myself, so it's nice just to have a group of girls to train with.
And you're also, as I said in commentary, down in Dublin City University.
Yeah.
And of course, very good running scene there also.
Yeah. I'm living with all runners and the training and all.
So,
Yeah.
so you got no distractions?
No.
Well, look, well done on today.
Thank you.
And hopefully we see you kind of winning more titles in the years to come.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Thank you.
bye.
Bye.
keep up on this, like. Decent tunes. Good to go.
Okay, so we've got a bit of a lull in proceedings at the Northern Ireland and Ulster Track and Field Championships. So we're just looking over the parapet here, and we saw two of our couldn't use the word up and coming with you anymore because you're now here, but certainly with Louis' case, one of Ireland's top junior 1500 runners. So Nick, we're not going to give you the limelight first. We're going to talk to Louis because Louis has qualified for the World Under-20 Games.
Yeah.
Which are where this year?
Lima, Peru.
Peru, so
Yeah.
big journey. So when do you head?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but it'll be about the 22nd, somewhere like that. Yeah.
And how's your prep going so
Prep's
far?
going well, yeah, just training away. It's not going to be too hot because it's their winter at the minute, so I'm not having to do any like warm weather training, which is handy, but yeah, I'm getting ready for it.
And what would success look like?
10 minutes early.
I want to make the final. That would be the big goal. I think that would be a success. Like make the final. That put myself in roughly top 12ish. I think that'll be really successful.
And what kind of time do you think you'll need to run to make the final? Or
It'd be like, well, the thing is, the heats might be tactical.
Yeah, true.
But you'd probably need to run the equivalent of 3:41, 3:42. So I need to run about a second or 2 seconds quicker than what my current PB is. So.
and that must be, that's within your range the way this season's gone.
Yeah, you'd like to hope so. As you like go farther throughout the season, you hopefully get fitter, just doing more training, you've had more of a base. But yeah.
And also, this is not your first rodeo, so you've had experience and some disappointments in the past. So we always say that, for somebody going to the next level and running internationally, it's just getting that experience of being there, kind of sleeping in a strange bed, all that kind of rigmarole that goes around it.
No, 100%. Like, there's a lot of things that you don't even think about whenever you're going to a major championship, like being in a call room and like maybe no one in there speaks English and all that type of stuff. So like having experience is definitely very useful for just like mentally being more calm going into it and being able to like execute your race plan better.
And is it useful having somebody like Nick with the experience that he has, sort of available? He's a training partner, but somebody you can talk to about that stuff. Or do guys share these days?
Not really.
Well, obviously,
talk shit. Like.
Yeah, pretty much. But he like it's more just that like if I'm ever getting stressed and I bring that up to him, he'll just tell me like shut up, relax, pretty much. But also just having him at a European Juniors as well. So I sort of know how like someone like that conducts themselves at those championships, so I can take a bit of example from that.
Well, look, we're sort of here unofficially for the Backstreet podcast, but also working with the East Down guys, Teddy. So all the best for the championships. But Danny's going to come in and talk some crap with Nick here. So. Okay. We know the next man who's available to do that.
I can't resist saying, Louis, the cut looks a lot better than what has been described in the past. So, that was Nick on the podcast. He said the cut was looking pretty dodgy. So
he has had some dodgy ones. Like you're looking good now. Yeah.
So who do you guys fancy for this 5,000 that's coming up?
5,000. We actually, I can't look past Callum. Like he's got the strength, he's got the speed. Don't know if he's got the head for it today, to be honest, to come out in mid-August and go for it, to be honest. But look, he's a good training partner. He's a good friend. I think you can't look past him. If he runs the right race, he should win, in my opinion. But obviously you've got Berhani in there, who's strong and fast. Janti's strong. There's a lot of good names in there. It'll be a good race, so it's interesting to see. But I would, if gun to my head or £100 Aka, I would have Callum.
Okay. Yeah, I reckon. He's gonna be hard to beat. I think his PB is maybe 10 or 15 seconds quicker than Neil's. So
a bit faster.
Yeah, conditions looking pretty good as well.
A wee bit of a breeze, but it's not too bad. And it's warm, but it's not too warm. We did a wee session earlier, and it was it was warm enough, but it wasn't anything ridiculous. Like, so should be some decent times. But again, it's championship racing, and we're more to see who's going to win rather than run fast, aren't we?
Yeah. And how are you going off the back of your big win over in Tooting?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, had a bit of a ropey start here, then had a few good results, and finally got a win under the belt, which was a relief after about a year of not winning anything. So.
Seems like it's been a pretty outstanding season. Like, I don't know, we sort of speculated that maybe once the pressure of trying to qualify for the Irish Olympic team was sort of taken away, then you seem to just like nail like 4 PBs straight away. So
I'm not sure. I think that might factor subliminally in that I don't really realise. But yeah, I think there was a lot of pressure going into it, and it was kind of like all the races I really did at the start of the year, bar Europeans. That was obviously a championship, but I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 odd races, maybe more, 6 that were just pure time trial 1500s, and just trying to get points into standard, and like it kind of just got boring and repetitive, and like
it's not in as much.
And mentally, it was like I obviously tried as hard as I could for all of them, but I think it's mentally hard as well to get yourself up for it every time. So it was nice to just have a week or 2 weeks to reset, and then come back and move up in distance. And then when I did move down to 15, I felt a lot better again. So yeah, I don't know where it's come from. We haven't changed anything in training. I think it's just it's nice that some people can, if they're watching and learn from it, and having a great season. If you just stick at it, and you might not always get the results you want. I went probably 5 or 6 races with just like decent times, but not where I was expecting to be. And then we kind of just stuck at it. Didn't really change much, and yeah, I started running really quite well towards the mid-end of July. So yeah, I'm happy enough. So it's about just keeping the ball rolling, and yeah, well, most people's seasons are probably coming to an end now with this champs. Me and Lee are still firing away, still on tempo and hills this morning. So
okay, rough enough. Look, before we let you go here, talk to us about the 1500 meter final in the Olympics. What did you guys think? And Louis, you guys can just go at it. You can talk.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, first of all,
incredible.
If you were neutral, I mean, it was an absolutely unbelievable race. Like, I would never have called Cole Hawker to win from the start, but like, whenever he was there with like 110 to go, he was very hard to ignore. He's lethal down the home straight.
Yeah, I thought so. We had training the Tuesday night, and basically me and Louis did like we were the only ones doing 12 by 400, and we literally ran off the track, switched shoes, cooled down, and just went straight away. And we basically, I didn't want to watch it with anyone, so me and him drove up like when Mary Peter's here, there's like your obviously main car park, and then you've got the kind of big one towards the gates. So we kind of went up to the big car park where no one was, watched it by ourselves. And I think I'm not even a second or two was sat in front of him, because like it happened and I looked over and just screamed. Well, I'm not going to scream what I said on camera, because I don't want to get the stream demonetized. But yeah, it was insane. I just thought, especially with 200 to go, I seen Cole just still there, and I thought, and then Jakob took the wee look, and I thought like, oh, he's feeling good, he's really feeling it, and they put a wee surge in, and I thought, oh well, Hawker's going to be done now. And then, as you said, with 100 110 to go, he was still there, and I thought, oh, are we still here?
Yeah.
And then when Kerr and Cole came around Jakob, I couldn't believe it. I started screaming. I was like, what is going on? He just kind of fell apart of it. But I think it just shows, like, yeah, as much as Jakob's been so dominant, like, it was just incredible. And Cole Hawker shows that you can, doesn't matter what your PBs are, you can win if you technically get the race right in the day, you know.
Yeah. Well, look, thank you both so much for joining us today, and we're looking forward to this 5,000. And
good race.
Yeah, enjoy. We'll catch up with you guys later.
Yeah,
See ya. See ya. Okay, so that was Louis Mallon and Nick Griggs. Thankful that they were able to join us. No, not that one. We're just having some technical difficulties. I think we're all good to go. Yep.
So I recognise Louis Mallon. Who's the other guy?
Yeah, no idea. I've never spoken about him or heard about him before, but seems like he'd be a pretty good runner.
questionable choice of shirt today. Look, anyway, good to hear from Nick and also from Louis, and we wish Louis all the best in Lima, Peru. So we're looking at the 5,000 meter start list here. So originally planned to be a couple of races to take account of the spread of athletes. Obviously we've had a few no-shows, but that doesn't diminish the quality of the field.
49.34.
We've got 17 in the race today. Obviously Dermot Donnelly, 1998, he set the meet record, 13:27.63. I would be very surprised if that meeting record was challenged today.
I don't think it's the meet record. I think he did that elsewhere. I think that is the NI record. I think that might be the
old NI record, right?
A typo. The old NI record. Yeah. So we're just looking along at the field, and really I'm thinking that Callum Morgan from Candor, I think, starts a pretty strong favourite. Been in really good form this year, set PBs at 1,500, 3,000 and 5,000 metres, and also 800 metres, bit of speed in the legs. And then we're looking at the likes of Neil Johnston, Berhane Gebrselassie, who've had an ongoing battle over this year over the 5k distance, who are also going to be in the battle for medals. Tony McCambridge, an athlete who's run 14:26 this year, shown some good form, as has Luke Dinsmore, who's a 14:20 runner.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting as well to see if John Black from North Belfast Harriers can crack 15.
15, John would love that. I know that for a fact. There's a few guys, depending on how this race unfolds, I would expect probably a more tactical race. Certainly for the first part of the race, but we'll get a sense once the guys go through a few laps what kind of pace they're operating at. But if it's a steady kind of pace, it gives some of the athletes further down the field really good chances of decent performances and PBs.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Tony McCambridge goes today as well. Obviously, he had that big fall down in one of those meets down in Dublin, but he still ran really well.
Yeah, he's almost becoming like the Niels Laros of local athletics.
Looks a bit like him too.
He does, yeah. A
bit Niels Laros-esque.
I would fancy Niels over 200 metres though.
Tony Laros, maybe we can make that name.
Tony Laros, that's a great ring to it, isn't it? Sounds like a Las Vegas lounge singer.
All right.
So the guys are on the line now.
Just about.
Starters ready.
Weather is still really nice.
Yeah.
Let's see how we go here. I'm really looking forward to this.
Somewhere in the pack there we have the Kilkeel Express, our own Jimmy Sloan.
And Sean Malarkey from, what club is that? City of Derry Spartans. Hoping for no Malarkey today, just
so away they go, 12.5
good solid running.
Track and the senior men's.
So I can see Callum Morgan immediately just up at the front.
Oh, it's our mucker Jimmy Sloan who's jumped straight on the gas here. Love to see it. He's not mucking about today.
So Jimmy's plan was to run 72s. Not quite sure that I said to him to do that from the front, but there you go.
Now look, I like this from Jimmy. Let them know early what he's about. Put Callum under a bit of pressure. The whole field absolutely strung out.
And Neil Johnson with the sunglasses on today. Good for the man of mystery look.
That's it. Through 200 in about 37, so
it's on about 72 pace, which is 15-minute pace in real money, and that actually is, for these guys, the guys at the front, that is very, very comfortable running.
Jimmy Sloan does not mind this one bit. Look at that. No respect to the rest of the field. He's just gone straight out. Love to see it. Berhane senses the danger, jumps into second.
I'm hoping this isn't just because Jimmy knows he's on TV.
It's like the Tour de France when you get that one guy going up the road early, get a bit of camera time.
So Berhane's had enough and he's decided he's not going to let the Kilkeel Express pull too much further ahead.
That's it. So obviously still pretty early doors, but we've got the Kilkeel Express. Jimmy Sloan from Annandale Striders in first, Berhane Gebrselassie in second from Annandale Striders, followed by the two Candor athletes, Callum Morgan and Tony McCambridge, and then Neil Johnston, Luke Dinsmore, And who is that North Down there? North Down athlete.
That's Craig McMakin.
Craig McMakin. Apologies, Craig. John Craig, right up in the mix as well. Brandon McEwen as well.
No, I haven't seen John Craig, no.
Yep, he's right there, just behind Brandon.
Dinsmore.
No, John Black.
Oh, sorry, John Black. I
John
meant that,
Craig.
sorry. Another handsome man. Apologies. Got that one wrong.
So the guys are just going to consume Jimmy fairly soon. So he's had his moment in the sun, but he'll take them through first couple of laps in Well, but I would say Jimmy's running to pace for Jimmy. The other guys are just been shuffling along so far.
That's 800 in 2:23.
Yeah. So as I said, for the guys at the front, this is it's not jogging, but it's kind of tempo pace.
That's it, 2:23. That's 4:46 mile pace, right?
Yeah.
Steady enough. Don't mind it. Jimmy still there, getting rid of that pesky little sticker off his leg. He's not having it. The rest of the boys settling in well. Callum Morgan shuffled back into fourth, but this will be very chill for him right now. So.
And Jimmy looks comfortable enough leading there. You know, I think he's keen to try and get a PB today, and wasn't probably willing to wait and let the guys run a race that wasn't even.
Another pack coming through here. We've got who's the athlete? Colin
McDowell. He's the Masters
Colin
athlete
McDowell.
just out front.
Yeah.
Fifth place at the moment.
Good to see.
Yeah, Jimmy's worry, I guess, if you're looking for a PB, is if you rely on the other guys and they run really slow and then really speed it up, it makes this a really, really hard way to run a PB. For anybody trying to get a best, it's all about having an even pace, knocking out the 72s if you're trying to run 15 minutes. But although there's a long way to go, Jimmy's looking comfortable enough. For a moment there, the guy is looking like he's moving it too. He's got 18 laps at the minute. Yeah, 9 laps, yeah. Good.
This year, 14:26.
Jimmy still out in front. John Black sitting in no man's land a little bit here behind this lead pack. Hopefully he can pick someone up soon and start running with them. Brandon McEwen looking strong at the back of the front pack. A lot of striders in that front group.
Yeah, Sean Malarkey off the back.
Mark Cornett.
And with Dara crossing. And this is what I mean, when the field breaks up, you get little kind of, races within races, little battles amongst groups, and the last thing you want to do as an athlete is if you get like John, unfortunately he's really isolated, running 7-8 laps by yourself, 15 metres behind the nearest athlete is a lot tougher because you're having to break the wind for people. And essentially, if you're in that group, there's an element of drafting, which just makes it a little bit easier. So if you look at Callum Morgan, Tony McCambridge, Neil Johnson, they're just sitting in the pocket there. Callum looks like he's jogging.
Yeah.
Really, really relaxed.
That first mile, just under 5 minutes, 4:50-ish something. So steady enough going.
I think if there's going to be a medal for bravery and audacity today, whatever way the race pans out in the end, Jimmy's going to get that pinned on his chest.
Yeah, the combatant, most combative. So Jimmy Sloan still out in front. Bahane in second.
So 2 miles, essentially 8 laps to go. And I would say this will stay pretty much like this for the next 5-6 laps. I think if anybody makes a move, it'll be in the last few laps.
John Black's got company now as well.
Because again, we're talking the race has essentially become, very quickly after the opening few laps, it's going to be a tactical race.
Just while we're here as well, Michael, who do you fancy for the men's 5,000 metre Olympic title?
Oh, I think Jakob every day of the week.
Yeah,
I almost think he's reached the stage he might need to move up and maybe look at contesting it and maybe 10k, because I just think there's a generation of 1,500 guys now who have got quicker flat speed. Jakob isn't a 143 guy. Hobbs Kessler's run 143. Josh is that kind of pace and a goose. And is he going to kick these guys?
Having said that, though, I mean that 326 that was run in Monaco, just little stumble there from Tony Laros.
Yeah, Tony Laros, yeah.
Always in trouble.
And I think that was his teammate, Callum Morgan, who almost took him out.
Yeah.
So the guys have obviously been watching the Olympics and learning, sort of channeling their inner George Mills.
That's it. Yeah, sorry, I was saying that. I think.
Sorry, George. It wasn't your fault, honest.
Geez, that was something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hopefully we see a bit of that
Yeah, we were
going on
chatting
after this.
Chatting with some other guys in the local scene about why so many athletes are falling at the minute, and one theory is the guys are so used to running in diamond leagues where there's pacemakers, the lights are flashing, it's almost like a procession. Another theory is that some of the shoes are a bit trippy, but whatever's going on this year, there's been record numbers. It's almost become like the Grand National.
Yeah, definitely. In my eyes, that George Mills fall was definitely his own fault. And
so Jimmy's widened the gap here.
He has. Jimmy the Whippet does
Yeah.
not mind a bit of a TT.
Yeah.
Good to see his club mates at Annandale Striders and Wasteland Track Club will be absolutely loving this.
With 6 laps to go.
The boys in the chase pack don't know what to do. Tony McCambridge not sure. He's maybe thinking this might
Looks
be
like
real soon.
we've lost Brandon McKeown from proceedings. He looks to have stepped off.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
I can
on the
see
far
Brandon
side,
over
yeah.
there. Brandon's had a bit of a problem with Achilles over the last couple of years, and particularly on the track, so whether or not that's the problem or he's been spiked. Looks like he's limping a bit.
Hopefully he's okay soon.
Yeah, never nice to see that.
So Jimmy Sloan.
So Jimmy is still here in 4 laps time. We're going to have to get the drug testers in.
Fantastic day for a 5,000 metre race, that's for sure. A lot of people look like they're enjoying
And
themselves.
this is so great to see. It's great to see someone like Jimmy, who's had the courage, call it a lack of respect or whatever, but he's got his race plan and he's executing, and it's up to the guys behind him, to do their best.
So you got
This is what we need. You need gutsy runners. You got to make it happen.
You got Jimmy Sloan, 15:14 as his PB that he set this season, and he's currently just putting it to some 13:46 and sub 14 guys.
Now taking closer order on Jimmy Sloan.
Now the pack's come together a little bit there.
Yeah.
The lads weren't having it. 5 laps to go.
And if Jimmy wants to get a PB, he's just got to dig in at this point and really tough it out, because he's come this far. He's got to keep working for the next 4 laps, and he will get a PB.
It's good to see. He's
Who
just
do you think, Danny? Who looks in the chasing pack? Who looks relaxed? Berhani's looking pretty chilled at the back there.
Yeah, I mean, I always see him out running and seems to be training the house down, so he seems very chilled
Almost
back
looks
there.
like they've slowed down again.
Jimmy won't be liking this. Yeah, I reckon you're right.
Yeah, it's kind of bunched up a little bit. Just keep an eye on the clock there. We get a good sense when they get round with a mile to go.
So that group there just overtaking.
Yeah, an athlete about to get past here.
So it's switched up now. You've got Tony McCambridge from Candar, as well as Jimmy Sloan leading.
We've got a mile to go.
Callum Morgan just sitting in behind.
Now we have
Brahane marking Callum quite nicely.
Guys are
Will
running
Johnston.
at about just sub 15 pace, about 14:40 something pace at the moment.
blanket could be thrown over them.
So Striders are definitely winning the team race.
And Cambridge, who's taking up the running.
Yep.
From Jimmy Sloan.
But over the next
Callum Morgan,
lap and a half,
Brandon
somebody's going to have to throw down the gauntlet. I would suspect if somebody wants to beat Callum Morgan, they're going to have to go. Well, it's going to be really tricky.
How do you fancy Brahane at this point? If he's got a lot of 1500 metre and mile pace.
He has, but we're looking on paper. Callum with his 150.85 is the fastest 800 guy in the field.
Sub 4 minute miler as well.
Sub 4 minute miler. So you've got to look at him, and he's tracked every move. He's right on in the right place.
Don't count out Neil Johnson with the farmer strength though.
Yeah. Craig McMeegan's hung on really, really well. It's a super race because this is what we want to see in championships. We want to see competition. It's a bit like in the women's 10,000 metres in the Olympics. You could have thrown a blanket over the field, and it's fantastic to see, Jimmy Sloan in there.
He's looking good still. He's not looking too bad.
He's got 3 laps to go. but expect to see some moves soon.
Luke Dinsmore also looking pretty good.
Looking relaxed, yeah. I expect to see something pretty soon, though. I think we're looking at, somebody's going to make a move really soon.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Callum right now, and I think he looks very comfy. I think he's potentially going to move away here, but it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. Luke Dinsmore just moved a few
So
places
just when
ahead.
we hit the line here, we've got a K to go.
So they're going to go through 4K in
And the
about
pace has dropped, yeah.
12:20. 1K to go.
So we're looking at something that's going to be just under 15 minutes. So for these guys, that's slow running.
Of St. Albans.
Luke Dinsmore's hit the front now with Tony Laros,
And Rory Campbell.
aka Tony McCambridge from Kendall.
I'm sensing a really big last lap burn up.
Athlete to run the track final.
Just coming up to 800 metres to go very soon. Neil Johnson's in there. Don't know if he's looking super comfy. What do you think?
It looks relaxed enough, but this is going to be this is where it's all going to really start to happen.
Annandale with 4 in that leading group of 7. And north of
Very exciting stuff this.
time with
Just
Craig McMeek.
all eyes on that front pack, seeing what's happened. Callum Morgan in second, just gone ahead of his clubmate Tony McCambridge now. What is going to happen over this last 500 or...
From Morgan.
Yeah, it's going to get slowly wound up.
Slow. Neil Johnson moving up to take closer order.
Okay, Neil Johnson getting back in there.
Neil Johnson's
Johnson.
getting into position.
To the front.
He
He doesn't want to go down against these guys in a sprint finish. I think he's going to want to try and wind it up a little bit, and Callum Morgan senses the danger.
And Jimmy just is starting to drift a little bit off the back here.
Hopefully he can dig deep here. They're all still there.
Oh, notice Callum Morgan has stepped off.
Oh, okay. Well, here we go. Now this is very interesting. Brahane fancies the last 400. He's gone to the front. Neil Johnson is giving chase.
1-2-3 for Allendale at the moment.
Brahane's absolutely gone off like a rocket. He's caught Neil off guard.
Yeah, absolutely incredible kick. You know, he's that looks like
Look at him go.
unassailable gap.
We've lost Callum Morgan.
Sensational.
I don't know whether that's an injury or he's been spiked, but something's happened to Callum Morgan.
Bruhan, who
Jimmy Sloane's is sitting in behind Craig McMeekins. Hopefully he can finish strong here.
Yeah, Jimmy's got to hope he can get a 30-second last.
second in the championship
Yeah,
last
he's-
year over 800 metres.
Brahane coming round to the
In the
home straight.
He comes into the
Super strong. Neil Johnson still fully running.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good battle between Tony McCambridge and Luke Dinsmore for third.
This is great to see. Look at
So
this.
Brahane's starting to slow down.
I think he knows he's got it though.
He's got it,
Brahane
We're battling it out.
taking the gold medal. Neil Johnston in second. Luke Dinsmore outkicks Tony
So it's
McCambridge.
the Striders 1, 2, 3.
Love to
Jimmy
see it.
Sloan looking he's going to get ahead of
Jimmy Sloan.
5, Craig McMeekins in 6.
tired
Really fearless running by Jimmy.
Jimmy Sloan, but can be really proud of himself for a monumental effort.
Competitive
Fantastic.
race there. Went right down to the
Interesting to see
final.
how that shakes out. I wonder what happened to Callum there in the end.
I just looking on the track, I can see him just up around the 200 meter mark. So whether it's an injury or something's happened. But that was in some show of pace in the last lap by Brahane.
Oh, absolutely sensational. Here comes John Black.
Second of the North Belfast runners, you can see it.
Finish things off. Really nice.
I mean, when Brahane kicked, he sort of got the jump on Neil Johnson, and he got that gap. And once you get that gap, you're almost unassailable.
George McDowell and Ryan Donnelly at the final lap. They're crossing.
Sensationally ran.
Finish. ahead of
Well, look, that was the men's 5,000 metre final. Hopefully that was as exciting for everyone watching as it was for us. See if we can get some more information on what maybe happened to our friend Callum Morgan. We'll catch up with you in a wee moment.
I need to sit down, Danny, after all that excitement. We're just back live now with the men's steeplechase. I can see at the moment Ethan Dunn from Lockview AC, also Liverpool Harriers, who's just taken an early lead. This is one of the toughest events in the track and field program. 3,000 metres plus the barriers, and of course as the athletes tire, those 3-foot barriers start looking like they're 8 foot. Anybody watching the Olympic final earlier this week will have seen just what a challenging event it is, with one of the favourites, Gamer from Ethiopia, taking a spectacularly, and actually luckily he's okay, but a really heavy fall on the last lap. Guys are just coming round to the water jump, and again, rather than hurdle it, this is one where most people want to put their foot on top of the barrier and push off to clear most of the water.
Over the water jump for the
so Ethan with a really nice clearance there. If you can technically manage the water jump really well, it can often give you an extra yard just as you exit the water.
So Michael, tell me, what makes a good steeplechaser in your opinion?
I think you need to be a strong athlete and sort of good endurance. Also, you've got to be able to manage the barriers. Generally, a reasonably fluent hurdle technique helps.
The champion back in 2020.
Ethan, you can see steps on the barriers. It's trying to get over the barriers with as little disruption to the rhythm of your running. One of the crazy things about the African steeplechasers is technically they tend to be pretty awful. But they've got so much ability in between the barriers that it doesn't really slow them down.
Last year.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that men's final in the Olympics in the men's steeplechase, Lemaitre Guilherme hit the deck pretty hard. Looked like he was knocked out almost, but I don't think he was in the end.
I think he was. I think he did lose consciousness. So we've got Jack D from St Peter's AC, who's actually closed the gap to Ethan Dunn. Then we have Ricky Graham, who's unattached, who's just drifted about maybe 5 metres off. So again, looking at the water jump, looking at Ethan just speeds up. And Ethan clearly has the better technique. He stole the yard again on Jack. And the thing is, after 7 laps, as this race goes towards the end, you get tireder. If you've got any technical flaws in your hurdle or water jump technique, they get more exaggerated and often can be the critical factor in whether you win the race or not.
Definitely not the kind of race you'd want to just jump into without doing much training for, because imagine you could hit one of those barriers pretty hard and hurt yourself.
Yeah, it's unlike if you hit the high hurdles or the 400 hurdles. Those hurdles will fall over. These barriers will not. You will fall over. A couple of years ago, we had a couple of really spectacular falls. Adam Kirk-Smith, who's a multi-winner of this event and a very fine steeplechaser, had his best. Adam had a spectacular fall, I think 2 or 3 seasons ago in this very event.
Yeah, I remember seeing that fall. He clipped his spike on the track just before he got to the hurdle, and then just launched his face straight into it. So. And
the thing is, it's just tired legs and steeplechase barriers are a really, really unholy mix. If you watch Ethan's technique, Ethan actually speeds up a couple of strides out from the water jump. He really attacks.
Yeah, I noticed Ricky Graham, he lands a lot deeper in the water, which is probably a bit tiring overall.
And it's a huge momentum breaker. Middle distance running, really running efficiently is based upon even pace. And when you place the barriers in the race, they break that rhythm. And that's a killer for a lot of athletes. But we refer to Jack D. He seems to be recovering. The gap grows each time they go through the water jump, but he manages to just correct and pull back a little bit. His plan must be, if he can stay within striking distance of Ethan, he's got to figure that he has some kind of a chance. And as again, you can watch Jack as he comes in the next barrier, he chops, loses momentum. But he looks like he runs pretty well in between.
Of 10:17 over in Liverpool. Personal best of 9:56.
Back on the steeplechase now. So it's those two athletes, Ethan Dunn and Jack D, still.
And actually, if anything, the guy in third is making a better fist of going over the barriers apart from the water jump. But let's just watch the water jump. Watch how Ethan just accelerates. A couple of strides out, hits it hard. He's landing one foot in the water, the other foot is just kind of getting onto the track. Again, he's got that little gap. So 3 laps to go as the guys come around. Ethan again, the pattern has been, he establishes, 3 or 4 meters after every water jump, and then Jack pulls him back.
It'll be interesting to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, Jack's looking very comfortable in second.
Jack moves into lane 2, just to take the barrier behind Ethan. I noticed, Ricky Graham, as you said, he doesn't put a foot on the barrier, he just jumps straight over.
Yeah, he's got a slightly better technique. I mean, generally speaking, if you have a good hurdle technique, that's a big advantage for steeplechasers. You can see technically he's better going over the barriers. He just can't run as fast in between the barriers as the other 2 guys. And I can see Jack D is now just pulled level with Ethan, and looks like he's going to try and move ahead here, so he must be feeling the slightly stronger athlete.
Yeah, and full credit to Ricky in third as well. He does look like he has a few more years of wisdom under his belt with regards to wisdom meaning age, so he's doing fantastically to be where he is.
So there Ethan has just closed that gap again slightly, just going through the water jump.
Always jogging, aren't they? But they're probably feeling like they're sprinting at this point.
Yeah, Stephen Conley, our pal from the training group, won the Northern Ireland Steeplechase, I think about 3 or 4 years ago. And I remember Stephen used to entertain us with video clips of his water jump practice technique.
Do you remember what the finishing time that day was? Was it a stacked field?
No, it wasn't a stacked field. It may have been a similar sized field tonight, but it was a respectable performance.
St. Peter's, runner-up in the Ulster Schools, 2,000 steeplechase last year.
It's good to see St. Peter's, or as we know, are one of the up-and-coming clubs based down in the Lurgan area. It's good to see another of their athletes coming to the fore and possibly getting onto the top of the podium in our championships. And as I say, Jack has now established a 10-metre gap. Ethan's starting to look a wee bit heavy in the legs.
Oh.
That looked like an effort of getting over that barrier.
That did indeed.
I think you should try this event sometime, Dan. It's a real man killer. You won't have enjoyed the full Northern Irish experience of running until you've done a steeplechase.
And look, if it was in this race, it'd be a medal, right?
Yeah, if you could beat the guy in third, yep.
That's true. It'd be me and Ricky back there, going head to head. So as I
think you could definitely do the 3K bit. The running in between you'd be great at, Dan. But it's whether or not the barriers. But I have faith. If a man who can run in the mountains can do this. So we've just got guys are coming to the bell.
One more lap going through.
And that must sound like the sweetest music when you get to the end of a steeplechase or a 5K, just hearing that noise. The pain will soon be over, guys. Hang on for another 70 seconds.
Interesting to see if Ethan Dunn tries to catch up here at all, or maybe Ricky Graham's got a good last lap.
Yeah, Ethan's looking tired. He's worked really hard. And Jack actually has looked slightly better over the last few barriers as he's taking the lead. That wee chop in a stride there and then over the barrier, setting his foot on top of it. You want to get up in the air and down again as quickly as possible. If anything, Ethan's looking just really tired now.
Yeah, maybe Ricky Graham's going to smell blood here.
Yeah, Ricky's not out well.
It's not down and out.
40 metres.
Running better than Ethan potentially, but...
So our winner, Jack D.
Not yet.
One barrier to go. One barrier to go. But he's in a commanding lead at this stage. Got one barrier to negotiate.
Yeah.
And there he goes.
There we go. It's pretty smooth sailing from here.
So we just heard from John Clever on the commentary. Jack D's a former Ulster Schools 2,000 metre champion, so well done to him. Raises a little finger in acknowledgement of the victory. Fist is clenched. Looks like a happy man.
So
And their long-time leader, Ethan Dunn,
yeah,
having a look around. He's safe in second.
Just checking over
Ricky
the
Graham
shoulder.
still looking really good towards the end here. So
Yeah, Ricky has been really impressive,
That's last year. So
well raced by all
and he
three.
certainly wins the prize for best hurdle
Ricky
technique.
Graham coming in third.
Best haircut too, similar to yours. Hey, Michael.
Yeah. That's the go faster haircut, although it hasn't quite worked for me. And off camera, actually, Peter also shares that haircut.
Now to the presentation of the men's 5,000 metres.
Doubt that he heard that actually. But we could laugh about that.
Striders 15:03:49.
So, Danny, this is an all-round experience for our listeners. They're hearing about athletics, about haircuts,
Yep.
about life in Australia.
Yep, and we've got the 5,000 metre men's award ceremony. So Brahane in first, Neil Johnson in second, and Luke Dinsmore in third. Good looking podium.
Yeah, I think that's the first Striders 1, 2, 3 in the 5,000 metre championships, perhaps ever, but certainly in a very long while.
Ready for this one?
Yeah, the Striders!
Just had to yell out there.
And I just have to call this live that Danny took off his headset and shouted at his clubmates there in a very unprofessional act, because when we're commentating, of course, we're neutral.
That's it. Yeah, forgot about that bit. No one briefed us beforehand.
Now, I blame Neil McCartan on that. He just didn't outline what the protocols were for effective commentary duties.
Nicely done. So that was the men's 5,000 metre
The track will be the final of
awards.
the senior men's 800 metres.
So just coming back to you, after the ceremony for the 5,000 metres, we've got the men's 5,000 or men's 800 metres, which is one of the, for me, the most eagerly anticipated race of the day. Very hard to call, but if I had to call it, Danny, I would say it's Conal Kirk, Roland Surlis, Andrew Thompson and Patrick Sheridan are going to be in the shake-ups for the medals. I was really impressed by Andrew Thompson, originally from Carrickfergus in the heats. He's a tall, elegant-looking athlete. Hard to believe that this is his debut season because he looks like he's been running for a while. But Conal Kirk is a wily campaigner. Has been here, got the T-shirt.
Kirk, the 2019 champion, has been improving.
And I would hazard a guess that the first lap will be quicker than in the heats.
The best of 149. Andrew Thompson, a recent addition to the squad.
Andrew Thompson's going to be very interesting to see how he goes.
Park run.
As you mentioned, he sort of got picked up as being quite a good park runner, and
Very impressive 800
now he's racing on the track and he's run 150 or thereabouts, a bit quicker as well.
Yeah, he's
Couple of times.
he's unattached at the minute, but I would expect that a few clubs will be hoping to get a signature fairly soon.
Have we put in a lot of offer, or we can sign him on the back straight?
I don't think we could offer him enough dough. I can see Mark Kirk there, our sort of national endurance lead, who coaches a number of these guys, and also Conal's dad. Mark has got the shorts on today, so he must be enjoying this fine weather. So we'll maybe catch up with Mark a little bit later. He's already had a few guys on the podium.
Very competitive race.
So we've got Finn Diver in the inside lane, then Frank Buchanan, Conal Kirk, Patrick Sheridan, Andrew Thompson. Then we have, just outside Andrew Thompson, we have Annandale Striders, James Gilliland. And finally Mark Carberry from North Down. So this is a pretty quality field.
I'm seeing here as well, no Roland Solis for the...
I can see that Roland looks like he's pulled out, maybe a niggle or an injury. To be fair, Roland this year hasn't been in his best form. At his best, he's a 146 guy, and which is, at a really, different level to some of the guys here. But still a really good race, even in the absence of Roland.
All right. Put a finger on the winner there. Michael, who you got?
Ooh.
I'll go Conal Kirk.
I think Conal's a really good call. I'm going to go.
Go on, go your man, Andrew Thomas.
I'm going to go Andrew Thompson.
Sorry. He's got the haircut, I tell you, that's great looking.
So my 1, 2, 3 is Andrew Thompson, Connell, and Patrick Sheridan taking the bronze medal.
Okay.
Let's hope everybody stays on their feet. It's going to be interesting because I don't know naturally who's going to take it on.
I think James might go to the front.
Yeah. But really, the guys of this caliber, they really would need you'd be looking at a 54, 55 first lap. And Andrew Thompson and Connell have both run, sort of 150 this year. Andrew just slightly quicker, so they'll be used to going out a little bit harder. If it degenerates to just a pure tactical race, well, that becomes a little bit harder to call. Somebody gets boxed, somebody doesn't get a good racing line, and that can change everything, particularly when it's pretty well matched. So the guys are they're being held quite a long time here on the start line, which is never ideal. You've done your warm-up, you're mentally and physically ready to go, and you get these little kind of disruptions.
It seems like it would be paying off to be in the outside lanes right now, standing in the shade.
Yeah. You just want to keep the body temperature up there and keep loose. And down there we can see Dame Mary Peters.
Wouldn't be able to see that on the camera, unfortunately.
You can't, but we can see her.
Dame Mary Peters has arrived. She's in the house.
She's in the house, yeah.
Just waiting for this men's 800 meter final to get started.
Okay, so the whistle's gone from the starter, so we're in the zone. And I suspect this is going to be tactical.
Tactical meaning a bit slower.
Slower first lap, yeah. I don't look in there and I'm thinking, is anybody going to go out in a 55 and do everybody else the favour of taking the pace on?
On your mark.
And they're on the line.
And they're away.
And they're away.
2 laps of the track, first 120 in lane.
And we'll get a sense at 200 metres of the kind of initial pace. It's gone reasonably rapid in the first 100.
Andrew Thompson seems to have kicked away a little bit here. He might take the lead.
Hits the front.
Yeah.
Yep, likes it.
Andrew Thompson is going to the front.
Connell Kirk in third.
Patrick Sheridan in second. James Gilliland a little way off the pace at the moment. So 56 second pace at 200.
They slowed down a little bit now?
Yeah, this is sometimes a pattern. Once you're in your position, Andrew Thompson is at the front. He can kind of control the narrative of this race. Anybody who's going to go by is going to have to come the long way round. We saw this kind of tactic before with Katie Hutchinson in some races that she's run this year where she's got into that position and managed to control things.
For someone who maybe hasn't raced all on the track, he's quite wily.
Yeah.
A minute through the 400.
So very, very steady pace for these guys, actually. I expect a spectacular
sprint finish. Be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, it's going to be a real burn up over the last 300 metres.
Connell Kirk sitting in fourth. Still Andrew Thompson, in first.
Andrew Thompson from Patrick Sheridan.
Patrick Sheridan's going to the front, and immediately Andrew Thompson and Connell Kirk have both responded. So we've got the two strongest athletes just right at the front here.
Thompson not relinquishing that inside lane.
No, and Patrick Sheridan is still not done.
Patrick Sheridan right there might have three abreast coming into this final 100.
But I think
it's a kick down.
Yeah, it's a really good battle. Andrew Thompson. Patrick Sheridan's not done yet.
Patrick Sheridan going really well. Andrew Thompson. Sensational.
So 155.13. Andrew Thompson first, Patrick Sheridan second, and Connell Kirk in third. So a slow tactical race, but a very impressive race.
taking the title.
Really well run by everyone in that field. It was, obviously everyone was still in touch around.
And I think we'll try and grab, if we can, we'll get a word with our winner, Andrew Thompson.
Knew kind of who he was, went to him, he told me go get fit, went and got fit, came back.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about all of that.
Yeah.
So I'm here with the newly crowned champion.
Lindsay Glover of Lagan Valley.
Just let John talk first.
Lindsay, could you please report to Elaine at the presentation area? She needs some assistance or some advice.
So just let John finish what he was saying there. So I'm here with the newly crowned Northern Ireland and Ulster 800 metre champion at his first attempt, Andrew Thompson. So how was that?
Yeah, that was good. It's what I imagined it to be. Everything, game plan, all went to plan.
And what impressed me is that you're, in real terms, you're a young athlete, but you showed, really good racing chops there and maturity, and that you got to that position, you held the curb, forced the other guys the long way round. Was that part of the plan?
Yeah, that's exactly where I thought Connell would try and come around me, and I didn't see who the other guy was. But yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen, because I knew leading it out into the wind that there's a chance that they might have a bit more in the legs. But yeah, I don't know, it's been all out.
And
when it goes to that point.
Your story is you're one of the breakout athletes from a Northern Ireland perspective this year. I mean, we're checking you out in Power of 10. Chris Fielding, who's a clubmate of yours, had talked about you.
Yeah.
So you get picked up kind of like off the parkrun circuit, and your debut season couldn't have gone better.
Yeah, at the start of the season, Chris was asking me, what do you want to do for like times? I went, sub 2 in the 8. I've got 149 now. And then in the 15, I haven't done one in a while, but I've got 353 in that. And the first season, I've just thought, I don't know, like, it's more than what I dreamed it to be. But I think, like, Chris, for instance, all these guys that I train with are amazing. And I think that was like the key. I was with guys who are way better than me, a lot of them, and
in Norman Poole, of course, you have a first-rate, really experienced top coach.
Norman's amazing. He gives me exactly the amount of space I need, gives me all of the advice I need, everything. And he manages so many guys at the same time and still finds time.
So what does the future hold?
I don't know. This was it. This was like, I want to win that, and then I don't know. I'm just going to have to see. That's it.
Well, look, it's really great to meet you, and congratulations on your, a title in your debut season. And I'm sure we'll see you back here, maybe running again at the Irish Milers BMC here, and maybe next year we could be looking at really quick times, well under 150 again.
Yeah, let's see. I'm not going to put too much pressure on myself now. I'm just going to finish my season and then speak to Norman. And what Norman says, I'll do.
And will you celebrate this one with a little shandy, or?
Maybe a Guinness. I do like a Guinness.
That sounds good.
Don't tell Norman.
Well, look, well done, Andre. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Let's say hello to Chris.
Just back from a trip to Paris.
What a super guy.
Thanks, Andrew.
We're going to throw their body.
Okay, we're back and we're just looking at the lineup for the first of the 200 metres women's heats. So Dan, just looking along, start list, anybody take your fancy in terms of potential winners of this heat?
Yeah, I think City of Lisbon AC's Rojana Migakian might be one to take this. You were mentioning you caught up with a coach at some point there?
Yeah, I was just chatting when I was going to get some coffee, and he was saying that this may be her preferred event. She's a tall athlete, and sometimes the taller sprinters, find it a little bit harder to get out of the blocks really, really quickly. But we are looking for the more dominant athletes in the 200 metre heats to be running a really strong bend, coming off the bend into the home straight, full flow, and then just holding that form.
Yeah, I love these events that involve a curve, because as it sort of starts to, I guess, equalise on the home straight, then you kind of see how the race is playing out, and always an exciting finish. So yeah, I think
we've also got Anna Macaulay, multi-eventer, in lane 5 against City of Lisburn, and in the outside lane, DSD.
Ruby Sterrett as well. I think she's already had a run today.
Yeah.
So
we've got Eve Ford, DSD, who's a 25-18 athlete. So we've got 2 to qualify in the 3 heats, and then the 2 fastest losers. So 8 athletes into the final. So they've just come under starters' orders. And we're over to my co-commentator, Danny Squires, who's going to call this event.
Yep, you know me, the 200 metre expert. It's basically what they're going to do here is...
You're going to be an expert after today, Danny.
Yep. Basically what they're going to do is, once the gun goes, they're going to run 200 metres, and whoever crosses the line first, that's the winner of that heat.
So Danny, a lot of prep must have gone into what you just said there, man.
Yeah, I think it was 3 years at university, and
is that the Conor McCann playbook?
Just about to get started with the 200 heat 1 for the women. And they're away. It's hard to see at this point in time.
Rosanna McGuckin running a really strong band, as they said, tall athlete, just in lane 2. She's coming off the band just ahead. Anna Macaulay working really, really hard in lane 4. And Eve Ford.
From Macaulay, those 2 go through automatically, 25:33.
So again, a very respectable time.
Very respectable indeed. So who did we have that went through just then?
We had Roseanne McGuckin first, and then I think Anna Macaulay in second. And Eve Ford, we'll just have to wait and see if she's one of the fastest losers.
You'd think with a time like that, she's in for a good shout of being one of the fastest losers.
Absolutely, and she was doing it from the outside lane, which is always a wee bit harder.
So what's your take on fastest losers versus repechage? Which do you prefer?
It's a difficult one. The Olympics has changed massively in that I can remember, if you go back far enough, the 5K would have been heat, semi-final, final. 10K you had to run heats. 800 you used to have to do 3 rounds before a final, which was a test as much of the endurance of the athletes as their quality. I think the repechage worked okay. The only downside is that the athletes who then went into the semi-finals, I don't know what the stats were in terms of how many of them actually qualified. A lot of them looked pretty wrecked.
I think that puts you in a pretty severe disadvantage, having to run an extra race and then you don't get that extra.
But if you're, you could make the argument that if you're in the repechage, you're probably not going to make the final anyway, and getting another bite in an extra race rather than just go out at the heat stage is to be welcomed. I mean, it worked well for Cahill Doyle, who won his repechage. I think got a PB out of it.
But what about Ollie Hoare or Stewie McSwain from Australia? They have 3:30 or faster type operators. For them, I think they probably wouldn't care about getting an extra race.
Yeah, but I think the problem for them is they just didn't run well enough, and I think they can only blame themselves. I mean, Ollie Hoare's his form fell off a cliff between the Emsley Carmile and the Olympics. Stuart McSwain's problem is he's probably, I think, at the end of a road as a 1500 runner because he doesn't have that change up. And as the event evolves, unless you've got that real change of gear and that really quick 800 pace, it's getting really tricky.
So you mean he's more of a 5,000 metre runner? Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you could almost make an argument that Inge Britson, and he's an incredible athlete, but I wonder if going forward he will continue to contest the top 1500 metre races. Because he's now been beaten 3 times in a row in big championships by guys who close faster, and yet he still looks unassailable at 5,000 metres. And I don't think he's a guy who's going to want to be running in the 1500 metres in Worlds and Olympics to finish third or fourth.
So who do we have in this Heat 2 of the women's 200? We have
Emma Hutchinson, 26.05.
another few athletes here, just looking at the form sheet. A lot of fairly close PBs. You've got Lydia Morris. Actually, sorry, there must not be PBs, must be season's best. So you've got Lydia Morris from Manx Harriers, 25.72 she's run this season. And then Sinead Tracy from Corwell AC.
Corwell AC, yeah.
25.09.
Michelle Duggan, 25 flat.
Yep, unattached.
And Rihanna McCarthy from UCD, that's University College Dublin. She's a 25.32 operator, so yeah, going to be quite competitive in this heat to get through to the final.
Also got Martina Elliott in the race from Lagan Valley AC. She'll be looking to improve on her time for this season, so we'll see how it all sort of plays out.
And Martina is a Masters athlete, and fair play for running in the 200 metres.
I notice here as well, you've got lanes 2 to 8 occupied, but lane 1, no. Is that typical of a 200 metre race?
No, if there was enough athletes, they would have somebody in lane 1, but generally speaking, lane 1 is not the best lane to be in because it's a slightly tighter turn. If you were a tall, leggy athlete, you never want to be in the inside lane.
Okay. The G-forces are sending you outwards too hard, is that right? Not enough forward motion.
Okay, I think it's just
bit of science there, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wow, look, I'll tell you what, I know I've said this already, but the weather is absolutely stunning.
And we're sitting in the shade, Danny.
I know. Well, it's still warm enough up here, to be fair.
Yeah. So I was saying to Andrew at the end of the interview there, would he have a shandy tonight? And he hinted that he might have a pint of the dark stuff. If you can't have a pint when you've won a championship, when can you have a pint?
All right, here's the women's 200 metre Heat 2 about to start.
Okay, they're coming under starters' orders. I think that's Simon McCulloch there in the red cap, just on the little plinth or platform in the back straight.
And they're away.
And again, looks like about lane 3's moving really, really well.
Yep. Also, lane 2 moving really fast.
On the other side, Rihanna McCarthy.
Fantastic. So it all shakes up in the home straight. 3 athletes very well clear. Sinead Tracy just getting passed by Michelle Duggan there, I believe. Rihanna McCarthy third.
Yeah, 24.76, so a good time as well, quicker than the first heat.
Indeed. Really good run there by Martina Elliott as well.
Well done, Martina. Martina a few years ago was part of a little masters group that I used to train with, run by the legendary Norman Bissett, who is here today, I believe. And Norman has been involved in the sport for, I think, longer than even he cares to remember. Got involved in athletics in the early 60s, and he's still actively coaching and a huge enthusiast and lover of the sport.
Longer than I've been alive, by the sounds of things.
Yeah, a thing I saw the other day, Danny, I thought was wonderful, is the BBC put a little montage on of Keely Hodgkinson when she was a very young child, when she just started running, and it celebrated her journey with her club, Lee Athletics Club, just north of Manchester. Showed her running cross country, one sock coming off, and it reminded me of how all of the coaches at that level, underage, the teachers who support the sport, that the grassroots of the sport is, where champions are discovered and nurtured. We often only see the finished product, but without all of the grassroots athletics people making it happen, we don't have any Olympic champions anywhere.
No, definitely right. And it's nice to see that Keely cut her teeth over the muck.
Yeah, and as I look around today, I've been involved in the local sport for a while. I can see lots of officials who were very fine athletes back in their day. I can see just sitting on the track judges, little plinth there. I can see Trevor Alderdice, himself a very fine 800 metre runner back in the day. And without all of these guys, the officials and everybody else, this meet doesn't happen. Nothing happens. So thank you to all of the officials and the people who make the sport happen.
Absolutely. All right, the final heat of the women's 200 is about to get underway. As we mentioned before, it's 2 automatic qualifiers from each race and then 2 non-automatic fastest losers, basically, into the final. We've got in this final race here
Janine Boyle and Jenna Breen.
Yep, Janine Boyle again, running Finn Valley. A couple of athletes.
We've got Una Bryce from Leeville in the outside lane 8 with no season's best time there, so she could be a bit of an unknown quantity.
Erin Friel in lane 2, 25.51 this season. The athletes are just hopping into the blocks right now, doing a few jumps around.
Jenna Breen, City of Lisburn, is a 25.02.
Season best, yep.
Janine Boyle in lane 7, barely a fraction between her and Jenna Breen.
Janine's
So this
already, yeah.
this is going to be a hotly contested.
Janine's already run today as well.
Yeah. So she'll be fully warmed up and they're off. And Jenna Breen has.
Una Bryce has also started really well.
Yeah, Jenna Breen as well.
Yeah.
Just watch as it unfolds around the top bend.
It looks like.
Yeah, Jenna Breen from City of Lisburn.
Yep, Jenna Breen in first.
It's racing
here.
away, yeah.
So, Jenna Breen,
24.86.
24.86, season's best.
So, good winner for Jenna,
Followed
2086, which explains her non-appearance at the 400.
By
Una
Una Bryce.
Bryce.
Was that Una Bryce? Yep.
From Leevale.
Yep. Well, I thought the outside athlete was Finn Valley. So it was Jenna Breen and then Janine Boyle, was it? I'm not sure that Una Bryce was in the race.
Okay. Yeah, it was Finn Valley.
Fantastic.
So we will be back in due course. I think it's one of the last events in the program today, the 200 meters ladies, with the qualifiers for the final. So what we got next, Danny? What's next on the track?
We've got the men's 200 meter heats coming up very soon, so we'll be back in just a moment.
Do we want
Friel 2591, Katie McGee 2684, and Victoria Obi 2829.
So we'll be back in due course with the men's 200 meter heats. We're just looking around the field at the moment, and we have the men's high jump, which is ongoing, as well as the men's pole vault. Some athletes warming up also, looks like, for the javelin. And also I can see up the men's shot put as well. Somebody in the circle now. With the rotational turn, looks like he stepped out there, so that will be a no throw. It's interesting, a number of years ago, the default kind of technique was to explode across the circle and then release. Most of the shot putters, certainly at world level now, are using the rotational technique to generate speed before the release. And with all of the field events, you know, when you look at the the shot put, it's just a guy throwing a steel ball, but it's so contingent on if you're going to throw really well. Technique is absolutely critical. And these athletes will work long and hard at perfecting tiny aspects of their technique. For the jumpers, it's the run-up. For javelin throwers as well, it's often the run-up and then the release.
And Rhiannon McCarthy of UCD.
Like a lot of these things, they look simple to the untrained naked eye, but if you want to do something really, really well, you've got to get absolute mastery of technique. So we've got somebody on the runway here for the men's pole vault, watching for the pole to be planted. And athlete rides the pole and and just brings it down with his rear end there. Anybody who was lucky enough to catch Mondo Duplantis, the Swedish athlete who won the Olympic gold medal and broke his own world record yet again. He is absolute poetry in motion. Incredibly quick run up, plants the pole, bends, shoots him skywards, and then he, with great gymnastic ability, rides the pole, turns midair, clears the bar, and just falls back to the mat again. He makes it look so easy, but that is years and years and years of practice. And if you're listening at home and pining to hear the dulcet tones of Danny from Down Under, he's just taken a short comfort break and he will be back. Letterkenny guy here just in the pole vault, and it's a nice clearance. And Danny's just coming up the stairs there, resplendent in his Striders t-shirt, rocking that yellow and black look.
The men's 200, first 2 plus 2. Heat 1.
Back in action. Sorry about that.
City of Sheffield, James Armstrong, Orange Grove, Donald Martin.
What did I miss?
Some nice pole vaulting going on. We're chatting a wee bit about the technical challenges facing the field events guys, where when we see them, they've got their technique, but the work that goes into that, minor modifications make a huge difference. See the ladies just practicing for the javelin. And if we look over towards the 200 meter start, I can see the men getting ready for the first heats. And I'm going to pass you over to our resident sprint expert, Danny.
That's it. So immediately straight off the bat, see a couple of athletes from Orange Grove AC, James Armstrong and Dylan Byrne. They could be serious players in this race. Joseph Lane, very fitting name for a track race.
Is not going in this race.
City of Sheffield AC,
just
lane 3.
5.
Luke Russell as well from Drumore AC and competing in this 200 here. Heat 1 of the men's.
So Donald Martin with his 21.55 unattached. If he's in the field, he looks like the clear favourite. on a local kind of basis, anything under 22 seconds is pretty tasty.
What about Luke Russell? Have you heard that name before?
No, not in. I think he may have he possibly in the 400 as well.
Potentially. All right. Well, heat 1 for the 200 men is about to get underway.
And as with the ladies event, we're looking for who runs a really good band and hits the straight, running tall and controlled.
From what I can tell, there has been some pretty decent times run today, so things must be working in the athletes' favour.
I think, most of the athletes are running to form. I mean, we've a few athletes missing from this championship. We kind of wondered that this late in the season, but the competition's been really good, really enjoyable from our perspective. And for anybody who didn't run, you missed a pretty good day. Nice conditions, good meat, bit of a buzz around the place. And they're away.
They're away. Middle lane started quite well. Who's that? Is that Donald Martin? Unattached.
Lane 5, yeah.
Coming into the home straight in a comfortable first place. Bit of a battle between James Armstrong and Joseph Lane. Then it ends up being Donald Martin in first, James Armstrong in second, Joseph Lane in third.
Donald Martin looks like he's wearing a club vest of some kind, which would suggest he's not unattached.
That's it. Now, Michael, if you were a 200 metre runner, are you going the vest and shorts, or are you going the one piece, all in one?
Oh, I don't think well, if I was 6'4" and ripped, I would definitely go for the onesie. But as I'm 5'7" and a bit, and I'm not ripped, I would definitely, get, the shorts and t-shirt combo.
Yeah, maybe extra long t-shirt.
Maybe back in the day. Dan, you've seen one of the photographs of me back in the day with the kind of micro running shorts, and I think there's a certain lady who's attached to one of our running buddies who did make a hubba hubba remark. I don't know whether she has a sight disability or whatever, but
Can we leave that one there? We don't want to get this whole stream shut down.
Yeah, on a technical level, I mean, I wonder with the speed suits for the events. One of the things that always amazes me about a lot of the world-class sprinters, particularly the ladies, they're rocking the braids, massive hair, and I sometimes wonder, would that not be a real distraction? I mean, Sha'Carri has those nails, and I keep thinking, when you're down, in your starting position, and you got those nails, a lot of stuff going on that just seems extraneous to being a good athlete.
I mean, look, they're all top of their game and kind of athletes, so I imagine if there's anything that was limiting in their performance, then they would try to cut that out, so it must not be a huge factor. And who knows, maybe just the fact that if you look good, you feel good, you run better.
Yeah, it's funny because, I mean, I don't know if you've caught that documentary on Netflix, Sprint, which follows elite men's and women's 100-meter runners up to the world champs last year in Budapest, and they're all, largely, not all, but a lot of them have massive egos and entourages, and they're more like rappers.
Yeah.
And middle distance runners by comparison are pretty boring.
Yeah, although I've been loving the back and forth between Josh Kerr and Jakob Ingebrigtsen this year, and I mean that's what made the 1500 meter final at the Olympics so exciting.
Yeah, if you want to sell this sport, you need a little bit of drama and personalities, and when it's very bland and professional, we lose that. I mean, I hate the fact that in the big meets, all the Nike athletes have to wear the same kit. And so on and so forth. And if athletes were, able to wear different kits than their signature outfit, it would just be a lot more, enjoyable.
I see the big man Neil McCartan is warming up. Do you know what he's competing in today?
Neil's running the 1500 metres, and at his best, the McCartan is a pretty fine athlete. I think Neil has a PB of about 350. He's would admit himself over the last few years he has been curtailed somewhat by injuries, but at his best, Neil is a fine athlete. If he could, find that kind of form, he would certainly be in the shake-up for medal today. 1500 is interesting because it's a really, really open race. A lot of the usual contenders, the faster guys, are not running today, so it's going to be an open title for somebody.
Should hopefully mean that it's quite a competitive race then in that case.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think after these heats we're then into the hurdles. 400 hurdles next. I can see the track helpers have been putting out the hurdles along the back straight.
Okay, here comes the second heat of the 200 meter men's. Just about to start. Speaking of the back straight, if
you've got 5 athletes in this, Dan?
Yep, just 5, yep.
Or is it even down to 4? Can you see, or 3?
Yeah, it could just be the 3 athletes here, so not entirely sure who's still starting, but there's at least one Orange Grove athlete over there.
Looks like we've got Toby Thompson from Ballymena and Antrim Athletics Club. He's got a very tasty PB of 21.44. Season's best of 21.57. He's in lane 8.
He starts quite well, yep. 4 athletes, so 2 Orange Grove. And I must say, is that Shane Howard?
It's Dara Donahoe from Annalee. Very
started
interesting.
Really nicely. Wow,
arm technique.
Toby Thompson just jogging
cruising
away.
through.
Yeah, look at that, too easy.
22.37.
Third.
22.37 for that second heat of the men's 200.
Youngsters.
And yeah, Toby Thompson, he looked very comfortable there. That was.
He did. He sort of shut it down about 30 metres out.
Yeah.
Got that really good bend and came into the straight ahead and was just able to control his race for the last stages.
Now for the presentation of the senior men's javelin. In third place we had Freddie Young from the Speed Development Project with 46.25. In second, Blaine Lynch from Finn Valley, 50.82. And our winner, Charlie Lawden from North Down, 53.21.
Just the javelin guys there. You might have been able to hear that on commentary. We've got the medalists. North Down winner.
Yeah, that actually confused me for a second there because I couldn't figure out how it sounded like the seconds were getting higher, but the medals were getting better. So at that point I realized it probably wasn't a track race that they were handing out the medals for.
And meanwhile we've got the javelin for the ladies has just begun. Got a nice throw there.
All the while the pole vault is going on as well.
Yeah, the heights for an up now to 3.90 meters. And to put in some kind of perspective, I'm looking at 3.90 meters, which is a significant height, and then we look at Mondo, who I think was
26.25?
6 meters plus for his world record.
Yeah, not 26.
Not quite double the height, but you could look at when Mondo's jumping the bar would almost be at the top of the stanchions.
Yep.
High jump for Caleb McFadden at 1.90 meters.
So we're not going to clear this time, but a good effort.
6.26, I think.
Yeah, which is phenomenal. As I said before, as an event, it's a real test of speed, power, athleticism, and gymnastic ability. You know, the way he rides that pole and then twists in the air and flips over is just awesome.
So we've got the final heat of the men's 200 about to start.
You got Matthew Sykes, another of the Sykes Triumvirate, in lane 8.
Paul Costello from Doonan. Is it Doonan? Yep. Doonan AC. Fastest this season.
He's at 21.55, just ahead of Aaron Keane, who's unattached, who's a 21.6 man. So one would expect these two athletes to go through.
Athletes in 3 and 6. Ones to look out for inside lane and one of the middle ones.
So they're under starters' orders.
And they're away.
Nice clean start. And Aaron Keane looks like he's got a really quick start. He's run a really strong band.
The first into the home straight from Proctor and Sykes.
Very easily into first down the home straight.
That's a very emphatic win. And Andrew Proctor from Lagan Valley second.
Sykes in third.
Matthew Sykes third.
And it seemed that Paul Costello did not start that race, from what I can tell. So that was all 3 heats of
He didn't, Danny. There was no Dunedin vest there.
Yeah, that was all 3 heats of the men's 200. So
Dunedin sounds like a cool place. Sounds like a kind of village vibe where you get a really good pint of Guinness. As I rode down to Dunedin on the eve, had a lobster tail and a pint of Guinness. That's a beautifully evocative image to conjure up for our listeners.
You sound like you're just getting hungry, Michael.
I am. I've had like a really small bowl of granola and a chocolate bar today.
The last event of today will be the men's 200 metre finals, so we'll see all of those races, or the ones who qualified at least, back at 3:55 for the final race of the day.
And coming up,
the first 3 in the men's 800, please report to presentation.
So we've got the 800 presentation coming up soon. But Danny, one of my favourite events in the field is coming up later this afternoon, which is the Hammer, which is just absolutely superb. So it's a 16-pound steel ball on the end of a wire, and basically in the circle there you can see in the cage, people start swinging this thing around. They rotate, get their turns in, and then they release, and it just flies like a missile across the air.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with a hammer thrower.
Yeah. There's a famous incident at the World Champs, or one of the big meets years ago, where one of the big burly European let go the hammer, and it bounced on the track and went into the stand.
Oh wow!
Now, luckily there was nobody around because it would have decapitated people, but it was just I think they then changed made the cages more all-encompassing, so that kind of disaster couldn't happen. They also, a number of years ago, had to change the weight of the javelins because Jan Zelensky, who was the not Zelensky, his name will come to me, but was a famous Czech world record holder, javelin thrower, and he threw the old javelin so far that he went beyond the infield, was starting to endanger the track. So they then changed the aerodynamics and the weight to kind of reduce that.
Could Paul Lawler please report to the presentation?
Jan Zelensky.
Next to go, Eddie McCurdy, the Ulster Schools and Irish Under-20 champion. She's also the defending.
I can see Dame Mary Peters is down there. She is maybe handing out some of the medals there. So is there any chance we could go to the...
Toby Thompson's running time 22:37.
We just get this presentation here for what was one of the better races today.
Elijah Johnson-Smith 24:56.
So we have Jerry Carson, who's the president of Athletics Northern Ireland and a one-time fantastic local sprinter.
23:19. Matthew Sykes 23:46.
Dame Mary Peters just hidden behind that flag.
Yeah.
Chris Nelson 27:01. And the first heat.
So in third place, just about to stand on the podium, we have Conal Kirk from Candor.
22:45. Joseph Lane 22:58.
And it looks like Dame Mary is going to do the honours, and they are honoured. Not every day an Olympic champion gives you a medal.
And all legal rids. 0.9, 1.0 and 0.9. That was Eddie McCurdy in the javelin.
Now for the presentation of the senior men's 800 metres. In third was Conal Kirk. Apologies for
Conal Kirk.
1:55.64.
Conal Kirk getting a bronze medal.
Second place, Patrick Sheridan
Patrick Sheridan coming back to get a medal. Fantastic.
And our winner, Andrew Thompson.
And Andrew Thompson, who was my
112.
pick 4 winner, his first Northern Ireland title, and I suspect it won't be his last. That's a really strong podium, so well done, guys. So we're just back live again and just looking down onto the home straight as the, I don't know, is there a collective 9 for the people who put it? Let's say the track staff. I thought there'd be a really nice collective 9 for the track team, the track minions, whatever, but they're putting out the hurdles for the men's and women's sprint hurdle. So for the men it's 110 meters and the height is 3'6". And for the women, it's 100 meters, and I believe the height is 3'3".
So between the men's and the women's race, do they change where the hurdles are, or they just get rid of some?
The height there's the women run 10 meters shorter, and the hurdles are lower.
Yeah.
Just to lie in the differences in terms of stature. But these hurdles in the sprint hurdles are higher than the 400 hurdles, and this is an incredibly technical, the most technical track event, because as a sprint hurdler, you have to have a lead leg, you have to work out the right number of strides and run to a pattern, and that means that you have to hold a certain speed. So if you start falling apart and your stride pattern changes, you can arrive at hurdles too early, stutter, fall, and that's generally what happens when people make mistakes. It takes incredible discipline and practice to get a really good technique. So the next event on the track is going to be the
Good throw there from
women's 100-meter hurdles.
the javelin.
We just seem to have just 2 athletes in this event. And is it running alongside the men's hurdles? This looks like it is maybe an interesting approach. We have 3 athletes in the men's 110-meter hurdles, which you can see are at 3'6", and the ladies' hurdles look to be at 3 foot. So we have Bevan McCaffrey and Amy Timoney from Annalee and Finn Valley respectively. This is the first time I've seen this done. This is one of the most technically challenging track events. Requires good hurdle technique, getting the right stride pattern in between the barriers. And they're off. We're looking to see who rises first, and it's the
Combined hurdles, 110 and
hard one to call because we need 2 sets of, but it's looks like Zian McQuillan there.
Who got the win in the
Ballymena
men's.
Antrim, yeah.
48.
And in the women's, looked like it was
Bevan McCaffrey from
Bevan
Annalee.
McCaffrey.
And I say we can see a lot of the athletes executing really good technique there. The lead leg flashing up, nice trail leg, and then trying to hit the ground really, really quickly.
Yeah, I've never seen that done before, but it's a good way to save a bit of time, real bit of time back on the schedule.
It absolutely is.
Second, Ethan Dunn from Lockview with 10:58.67.
And we've got the steeplechase presentation here, and we enjoyed that race. Only 3 people in the field, so everybody was a guaranteed medal winner. And Jack D shares a name with a famous television stand-up guy, Jack D, known for the surly face. And Mary Peters has jumped onto the podium there along with Jerry Carson for a photo opportunity. So Ethan Dunn getting to rub shoulders with an Olympic champion. Ethan in second. So Mary Peters at 80-something years young, still with an incredible passion and appetite for the sport. And it looks like she's brought the sunshine today. Meanwhile, we're looking up towards the men's pole vault. We've got a Letterkenny athlete. He's just on the runway. It's not going to be a clearance on this occasion. And as I gaze down to the track now, we can see the adjustments being made to the hurdles for the 400-meter hurdles. Again, probably anticipating a smallish field. Yeah, in the ladies event we have a solo entry. That's from Lucy Markwell from City of Lisburn. And in the men's event, we have 4 athletes. We have Ronan Bloomer, who's a multi-eventer from Mid-Ulster. We have Matthew Knight, Connor Henderson, and Oisin McCarry from Raheny Shamrock. Connor Henderson looks to be the form athlete who's got a PB of 53.11. And just to the naked eye here, it looks like we've got another inventive solution for 2 small fields where we have the male and female hurdles have been placed. Just guys working to make sure they've got the correct heights for the respective genders. Whilst out in the field, we can see the ladies' javelin is continuing. That was a nice throw from the City of Lisburn athlete there. Nice run up. A really good release.
The winning time for Zane McQuillan in the 110 metre hurdles, 15.61 to Ballymena. Roland Bloomer in Ulster, 17.82. And Robbie Rankin at Bonage Grove, 20.40. Wind speed plus 1.6. Which, not surprisingly, was the same for the women's 100 metre hurdles, which ran with it. The winner, Ben McCaffrey of Annalee, 14.47, from Amy Clemeny of Finn Valley, 15.17.
Looking out at the back straight, I can see some of the middle distance athletes starting their warm-ups for the 1500 metres. 1500 metres is often regarded as one of the blue ribbon events of championships, the metric mile. So I think I can see Emer McKee, one of our young up-and-coming female athletes who's in the Willowfield vest, who's doing some strides. I expect to see a Foster or two also in this race who also run for the Willowfield Club.
Under 18 champion, finished fourth in the national championships behind Thomas Barr.
So have you heard John Gliver there on the stadium commentary? We're looking forward to the start of the men's 400 metre hurdles, and one of the athletes we're looking forward to is
competing in an event which is not his decathlon. He finished second in the Leinster decathlon earlier this year. This is just possibly his second run over 400 hurdles.
John just mentioned an athlete there, one of the Dewhurst brothers, who is a very fine 400-metre hurdler. Looking forward to seeing him. He does Ethan Dewhurst, yes. He's come up from Tyrconnell in Donegal. He's a season's best of 52.65. Conor Henderson
From Kilmartin.
with a PB of 52.22, is a Welsh athlete.
Coached by
A couple of athletes with no PBs or season's best to give us any indication of what they may or may not do. So I would suggest that the race is going to be between lane 3
Rahidi Shamworks.
and lane 6.
Ronan Bloomer, is that Justin Bloomer's son by chance, or
Brother.
brother?
Unless he's not his son, unless he started raising a family very, very young.
To be fair, I'm not sure if Justin's
Now,
age,
Ronan
but-
is a multi-eventer. The Bloomer brothers are versatile, if they're anything, and can pitch up. I think that Justin was maybe running last night in the 10,000 metres. He's customarily a longer distance kind of guy. But again, the 400-metre hurdles are a real, man-killer event, and looks like there's no female competitors today, so maybe we're not having a ladies 400-metre hurdles. It looked initially from the way the hurdles were being set up that they might be combining the two races, but that's not happening. So the real secret, Dan, in the hurdles is you can tell who's ahead on the band, on the stagger, by who rises first over the hurdle. So as this race, happens, maybe just look over there towards the cage, see the second set of hurdles,
Yep.
second flight of hurdles, and the athlete that rises first is in the lead. And again, you're looking for good technique, that lead leg flashing out, getting over the barrier, getting back onto the ground as quickly as possible and into your running. Interesting to see that looks like the reign of Karsten Warholm is coming to an end. The American guy, Ry Benjamin looked on another level from Warholm, kind of bullied the event for a few years, but it looks like he's still young enough, but Benjamin looks like he's the man now. And we could wax lyrical for ages about Sydney McLaughlin-Lavrone, who just might be the world's finest athlete at the minute. Her winning time in the 400 metres hurdles, ladies, would have got her a final possibly in the ladies flat 400. She's that good.
Yeah, and I think the question is now, will she maybe look to chase that 400-metre world record, because I think she's got the quality for that.
I think she could win world titles at 200 and 400.
Okay, men's 400-metre hurdles about to start. As always, we'll call it as we see it.
Absolutely, Dan. Young Ethan Dewhurst looking really pumped. Opportunity for the young man to take a senior title. Dog trying to become an official starter. And they're away. And we're looking, Danny, for the athlete who rises to the first hurdle.
Ethan Dewhurst, the first to rise.
Ethan Dewhurst, that lead leg really flashing out.
Wow.
Really good technique.
It's looking really good. Is that Conor Henderson who's up there, right up at the front there?
Absolutely.
Conor Henderson,
For those who don't know,
somewhat miles ahead.
Smaller athlete in stature.
Kilmartin Primary School, I do know.
But I would put Ethan Dewhurst, looks like he's just slightly ahead. Yeah, he's risen first.
Yes, you're right.
Henderson.
But it's very, very close as these two lead athletes come into the home straight.
Neck and neck, basically.
Absolutely.
Both jumped at the same time there over that hurdle.
Best of 52.22.
Maybe Conor Henderson. Just ahead.
Oh, Ethan Dewhurst
pulled
has
ahead.
just pulled ahead, yeah.
Fantastic. 53.73 there, so
What a wonderful race.
well done.
That I think is a lifetime best.
Kept us guessing right into the last stride.
Conor Henderson, for a smaller athlete in stature, in a hurdles event, had really good technique. But Ethan Dewhurst just found a little bit more down the home straight just to get the win. So how was that for your first 400 metre hurdle experience? From a commentary perspective?
From a commentary perspective, yeah, I actually did not know the little piece about whoever rises first or whoever is over the hurdle first is the one who's leading. So, no, that was really good to catch. Made it a bit easier to call the race, so quite enjoyed that.
Time not especially fast. Something of a second outside Ethan's PB, but a really good race. And coming up on the track next in a little bit of a gap, we have the senior women's 1500 metres.
Very excited for this. 1500, 5000 metres, that's where we really know our stuff.
Yeah, I'm just looking down the list here, and I think I said on the back straight in our last episode that Rebecca Osborne comes into this as a pretty strong favourite. She's over in Exeter doing a PhD, connected to physiology, I think doing some work with Nike, if my memory serves. And she's got a PB this year of 4:21.55. I think benefiting from being on the BMC circuit in the UK.
Yeah, I think she was training with, she put up something the other day on Instagram where she was training with Jake Smith and his group.
Yeah, she's also a really smart runner. I mean, she's tactically very sound, has got a nice change of pace down the home straight, won the race in really fine style last year. So I think it's going to take an exceptional effort from somebody else to beat her.
Who do you see as being the main challenges? Maybe Rebecca Rossiter?
Rebecca Rossiter, yeah. Rebecca has had a really good season. She was a very promising junior a few years ago, had a couple of rocky years, has had a change of club and of coach, and seems to be finding her best form again, which is nice to see. Of course, we have the Foster sisters, Lucy and Kirsty, who again are very, very good athletes, will be somewhere in the mix. I'm also looking to see how young Emer McKee runs. Again, Emer's now at under 18 level, was fantastic talent, and she's in that kind of transitional bit as like did spectacular things at age 13, 14. And young athletes are always going to have ups and downs, and she's in, a good group now, training well. And with young athletes, if we nurture them properly, they can become good senior athletes. But they've got to accept they're going to have ups and downs. It's a journey. I mean, you were talking earlier to Louis Mallon, and Louis were just saying that he's had a couple of trips away to big championships with Ireland. Hasn't run particularly well, but he now has that experience, and he's a much more assured, confident athlete now. And I guess he can go to the World Championships with a lot of confidence this time.
Yeah, I think that can sometimes be a really good way for these athletes to go up another level. I know I saw an interview with Phoebe Gill after her performance in the 800 semi-final in Paris over in the Olympics, and she was saying that she'd been suffering from a lot of performance anxiety, and I guess for her, her first breakout race this year, or like in general, was here in Belfast at the Belfast Irish Milers meet in association with TripAdvisor, Eamon Christie's meet. And
are you on a retainer from TripAdvisor?
No, I wish. If they want to sponsor me a little trip, I'll take it, but yeah, no, I think she mentioned in this interview that she'd been struggling with a lot of performance anxiety, so just that experience at the big championships,
that's natural. I think the thing is sometimes, I've been on the scene locally for a while, and we get some, youth prodigies come along, and some people, very unwisely in my view, they start anointing them as the next big thing, and you don't need as a young athlete that pressure, Schools, underage, titles, all that stuff, it's a means to an end. It's not the end in itself. And you've almost just got to, as I said, nurture athletes, be there for them when things don't work out, and just say, look, this is part of the learning curve. It looks like, Phoebe Gill she seems to be a very bright, articulate young woman, seems to be well advised. And, I'm really excited about what she could be in 4 years' time. She might be the big threat to, the top runners.
Yeah.
I mean, Keely is the woman at the moment. She's 22? She'll be 26 at the next Olympics. Phoebe will be 21. I mean, British 800 metre running looks in pretty good health.
It does indeed.
But meanwhile, back to the Mary Peters track in this ladies' 1500 metre race.
Yeah, and I guess probably worth plugging our own little side hustle here. The reason that we've been asked to commentate today is that
The Backstraight.
we are co-hosts of a podcast called The Backstraight, which is a running podcast mainly focused on the Northern Irish running scene, and obviously a bit of international and other results. And yeah, we've been having a really good time doing that. So if you like listening to running related chat, then feel free to jump onto Spotify or Apple Podcasts and have a listen to our podcast. It's called The Backstraight Podcast. We've also got an Instagram account, so yeah, if you like the sound of our voices, maybe our soothing dulcet tones, then
It's like kind of honey to the ears, is that right?
that's what they say.
Although honey would be kind of sticky and irritating if it was in your ears. That's not a great analogy. But look, yeah, Danny's exactly right. Danny's an athlete who's still competing at everything from 5K and cross country through to mountain running. I'm no longer competing. I am a coach, coaching with the Wasteland Track Club, training group, and Annandale Striders. So we bring a lot of love and enthusiasm for the sport, and it's great to shine a little bit of light on our local athletic scene, because there are some fantastic things happening in it right now. And literally right now also at the track.
That's it.
A win for Ethan Dewhurst in 53.72.
Just waiting for this women's 1500 metre race to kick off, I think.
And I can see Rebecca Osborne there just finishing her warm-up. She's got the Dromore vest on, she's got the hair tied back, got the shades, she's looking every inch the champion. And Dan just slipped me a really nice cup of last lap coffee, which I'll try not to spill on any of this expensive equipment. We need the caffeine to keep us going, keep us alert.
We'll be back with you after this slurp.
Apologies for a slight bit of microphone noise there, but we're just waiting in anticipation of the women's 1500 metres, the metric mile. I can see Rebecca Rossiter, who's just completing her warm-up. Very fetching pink spikes. Her number stuck to her leg.
That coffee was quite nice in the end.
That was a tasty coffee bean, Danny. I'll give it to you there. You know, since I've been involved in the Wasteland Track Club, we have a few of the guys are coffee nerds, baristas, and they have schooled me in what proper coffee is.
Little plug for Adam Spratt's place of work, O Donuts. They do offer up a very tasty coffee indeed there. I really like going in there for a brew.
It's very good. Actually, we were famously at a championship down south, staying in the university accommodation at Maynooth, and I was waiting for the guys for breakfast, and they had brought the requisite equipment to do a little pour over. They had the little kettle going, they had the wee bean grinder, it was all going on. So if you like your coffee, you like your coffee.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So we've got the prize giving for the 110 metre hurdles from Paul Lauder, former sub 4 minute miler and Northern Ireland champion. You can see Robbie Rankin, former steeplechaser, on the podium in his orange grove vest, finishing third. Ronan Bloomer, who took the silver medal from Mid-Ulster. And the Ballymena and Antrim man on the top of the podium. Ballymena and Antrim, a club with a huge tradition in track and field, produced a generation of great sprinters, some very fine middle distance runners and field event people also. And following that presentation, it looks like we might be getting close to the 1500 metres. Or is there another presentation about to happen? A couple of athletes just down near the...
men in 1500 metres to report to the call room. Don't report to the call room, you will not be running.
And we also got a call out there for the 1500 metres men to go to the call room. So this is a unique thing in championships, that you have to go to a call room, and normal track meetings you just rock up, get your number and go, but the call room adds another level of, I guess, organisation stress to your event. Athletes do get used to it, but initially you've got to arrive in the room, get your number, get settled, and then you're onto the track. For some it's probably an unwelcome interruption in warm-up routine, but it is just part of the sport.
Just while we're waiting for this 1500, it seems like things are certainly heating up in the pole vault. Someone just cleared 465 down there. Lagan Valley athlete.
Oh wow. Well, I can't see any athletes there at the moment. Where has he disappeared?
I think he went over the bar and kept going into the stratosphere.
Can we get a little look at the start list of the pole vault to see who that athlete might have been? Because we're in our seated position, our commentary position, we're quite far from the field events. It is really difficult, and apologies for it, to get the numbers of the athletes.
Might have been David Donegan. I might have gotten the colour of the vest.
Yeah, that would be Clonliff. I might have said Letterkenny, similar vest, but David Donegan of Clonliff, who looks like the class of the field, who's a 5 metre jumper. Season's best of 4.20 but the height there looked like it was 4.65. But meanwhile, back to the ladies 1500 metres, and Danny's going to take it away. I can see some of the men in the background. John Craig, Masters athlete from Annandale Striders, completing his pre-race preparation. John, I think, is planning this year to make another overseas challenge at European level, European Masters. Not sure over what distance, whether it's 1500 or 5000 metres, but if it's a longer distance, 1500 today is a vital part of that preparation, getting a bit of speed in the legs. John, last time around that the Europeans picked up a silver medal, and I think we'd love to go one better. So holding the athletes quite a long time here on the start line. You can see Neil McCartan striding out in the back straight, resplendent in his East Down red.
On the live stream we can see someone enjoying sitting on that barrier, dangling their feet quite nicely.
You almost think if they had a wee fishing pole there, they'd be like set up.
Fishing pole and a little esky full of beers.
Over the water jump, yeah. And I see the athletes are off the start line, so obviously we've got some kind of delay just going on here. Meanwhile, we have another athlete up here at the 475 height. Not sure of the vest. Again, we're looking for a good run up, a good pole plant, riding that pole. Oh, just clipped it with his lead leg there.
It was one of the McConville athletes from...
Either Lex or Troy McConville.
Yeah, from Windsor Slough.
Windsor Slough.
Eton and Hounslow AC. Geez,
yeah.
How many different names do they need now?
And they're multi-eventers. I think boys are originally from Bangor. May still be from Bangor, but obviously competing for an English club, getting access to high quality of competition across the UK.
Okay, I think I've just heard the whistle for the women's 1500, so we're about to get underway. Rebecca Osborne in the black and yellow strip, the one to watch here.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah. So if you're looking at the live stream pictures for the 1500 meters ladies, we have a gazebo which is in an unfortunate position, but once the gun goes, you'll see the field just emerge into the clear daylight past the hammer cage, and all will be revealed.
Great looking gazebo though.
It's not a bad gazebo as gazebo goes, though I'm hardly an expert. We bought one during lockdown, but it was just really frustrating to put up. I do like a tent, though. Tent is a working man's gazebo.
That's it.
Got to keep it real, Danny. Only
can't drag a gazebo into the high mountains.
Nah, I'm a bivvy bag man myself.
And the ladies 1500 meter race is away.
It's Willowfield versus the rest.
Yeah, I can see a Willowfield vest. I think at least 4 Willowfield vests there, packing well.
Harriers.
Rebecca Osborne, in her customary style, is just getting in a pretty good position.
Foster in the lead.
Looks like Kirsty Foster's going into the lead, Dan.
Yeah.
Rebecca Rossiter in second.
Youth games from Trinidad last year. Runner up in the Ulster schools.
We'll see what kind of pace they go around the 200.
Fairly steady at the moment.
36-ish through 200.
Yeah, looking at 440 kind of pace, so it will hot up, I would imagine.
Rebecca Osborne, the reigning champion.
Rebecca Osborne slotting into 4th place there.
Emer McKee in 3rd. Looking at her watch. Coach Kirk won't like that. Run the race.
Rebecca Rossiter in 2nd. Seems quite comfortable there.
So you can see the group of 5 who've broken away. Lucy Foster just taking up the rear of that little group. So I think already we could say, Jan, that the medals are going to come from this group of 5.
Indeed. 3 of the 5 are from Willowfield, so there's a good chance there that there's going to be a medal for Willowfield today.
I think statistically, probability, yeah.
60% chance.
So Lucy Foster from Rebecca Rossiter. Ulster Schools champion last year.
Still got Lucy Foster in 1st, Rebecca Rossiter in 2nd.
Schools cross-country champion.
I would get a bit of a feel for the time when they get to 800 metres here. Did you catch the one lap time?
I missed the
And it's
one lap.
Emer McKee, the Australia's 3,000 metre champion, national under 17 3,000 metre champion.
And Rebecca Osborne just looking really ominous. She's got a bit of Terminator going on today with those shades.
Yeah, I think she always wears those shades. So you throw a blanket over this group of five here, so everyone seems to be quite happy sitting in there. Which athlete do we have at the back of the pack there, Michael?
That's Lucy Foster.
Lucy Foster.
It's
and her
Kirsty's slightly younger sister, and I think another of the Fosters is just sitting in front of Joanne Mills.
Yep.
So again, they're about 73 pace. It's not a fast pace. So I would expect it to be again like a last lap carve up. Let's just see, are they all going to wait? Is somebody going to have the courage to go early?
We'll see, surely.
I think if the race, if they wait, it's going to play into Rebecca Osborne's hands.
She's got the good closing speed then.
She has, and she's got the experience. She'll be in the right position coming off the bend.
We'll see here, they're going through the K in... What is... Just waiting for this split to come up, so... Kirsty brings us through in just under 3:10. It's Kirsty in the front there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rebecca Rossiter.
Rebecca Osborne has been in her shoulder the whole race.
Rebecca Osborne is talking to someone in the crowd as she goes through.
And Emer McKee looking at her watch again.
So they should get the bell there. That's one lap to go.
And they did not ring the bell, so I think that's what Rebecca Osborne was asking about.
And Emily Morris, Joanne Mills doubling up.
Bit of a dropping the ball by the officials there, but these guys will know. And again, Rebecca Osborne just right on the shoulder of Rebecca Rossiter. And Kirsty Foster starting to drop off a little bit now. Emer McKee moving up, sort of making a bit of a move on the outside. But Rebecca Osborne countering, she's not going to let her through.
Emer McKee.
And Rebecca Rossiter has made a bit of a move here. She's got about a yard.
200 to go.
Just over 150 meters.
It's the Rebeccas.
It's the Rebeccas, the battle of the Rebeccas.
Rebecca Osborne just going around the outside here.
Up.
Rebecca Rossiter not giving the inside at all. Sprint finish towards the end. Rebecca Osborne looking quite strong here.
We've got Lucy Foster sort of coming down, maybe just going to edge Rebecca Rossiter.
Yeah. Rebecca Rossiter.
4:32. Rebecca Osborne from Lucy Foster from Rebecca Rossiter with Emer McKee in fourth, Kirsty in fifth. So a bit of a masterclass by Rebecca Osborne again.
Indeed. She did not seem to be hurting too badly because she was able to sort of ask the crowd where that final lap bell was. So,
but Rebecca, is a seasoned, older, very experienced athlete, and to be fair to Rebecca Rossiter, the Foster girls, Emer McKee, they're young athletes. So that's kind of the result we would have anticipated. So all eyes are now turning to the men's 1500 metres. You can see the field starting to assemble on the line, just at the bottom of the back straight. So Dan, any favourites here?
Just having a look through the list. I mean, as you said earlier, Neil McCartan, 3:50.28. So if he can produce that run today, he'd be in with a good shout. I don't mind Finton Campbell as well, running for Candor. Also, really good athlete. He's run 3:57 this season, so in good shape. Luke Kelly also in the race.
Only two survivors.
What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, I think it's wide open. I mean, there's there's a group of guys who are all probably 355, 356, 357 pace. So it's going to be really interesting.
John Craig might be a player as well.
I think John.
He's
a couple of years ago, yeah, but I just think some of the younger guys will just have the probably the edge pace-wise. But it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
John's run 4:02 this season, so it's not far off his PB, to be fair. And they're away, so we'll see how it goes. Finton.
I think I'm expecting probably, a pretty even pace. I think probably. I'm just looking to see if Luke Kelly's there. I can't actually see him. We'll see as they come round. That's Finton in the lead.
So fairly gentle pace.
Is that look on his shoulder?
Start on their 3 3/4 lap journey.
Neil McCartan, who's just sort of coming up towards the front there, just sitting on the edge of lane 1, just tucking in there.
Finton happy to just be at the front next to his club mate.
So it's Finton and
Luke Kelly. Both in the Canada.
Finton Campbell.
Neil McCartan just behind that.
Yeah, very, very, very slow pace so far, 54 seconds.
Yeah.
So another tactical race.
The 2 Candor boys. And Neil McCartan of East Down.
So we'd expect to see a really big last 2 laps burn up.
This does feel like quite a very slow.
So this is 15-minute 5,000 meter pace at the minute. So for these guys, this is slow running.
Just jogging, but no one seems to be wanting to take it on. So I'm sure Finton's quite happy about this.
So already this is a race that I would suspect it's not going to be won in under 4 minutes.
Lucy Foster 4:33.72 and Rebecca Rossi.
And the longer it goes on like this, it becomes more of a kicker's race.
Who do you fancy for the kick finish then?
There's nobody in the field really who's a super fast 800 meter runner. I mean, that's the interesting thing.
John Craig, perhaps?
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
More of a 5,000?
Yeah, John's a 5,000 guy. I mean, as you get older as a master, it's hard to retain that speed. I mean, I thought maybe although John has a bit of a kick, but I think against some of the young dogs, I think it's going to be tough. There's an athlete in the yellow just moving up on the outside. Somebody I don't know.
That was Daniel Dines from Northdown AC. She slipped into 6th spot.
I think the 4 strong athletes in the field are in the first 4 places, and I think the medals are going to come from those 4.
We're leading master athletes.
So,
but again,
currently Luke Kelly in first.
Through 800 metres in low 220s, which again is very slow. So it looks to me now that the pace has been pushed on a little bit.
We've got Luke Kelly in the front.
Luke Kelly has pushed on. Luke would probably prefer a slightly faster pace. And Neil McCartan is sitting right on him.
Yeah.
So we're expecting, this could be anybody's race, we're expecting a really fast last lap. Finton Campbell, can produce a bit of speed. I would expect maybe Finton to have a crack down the back straight. He ran well in the championship last year, I think medalled.
So just coming up to the last 4. Luke about to take the bell in first spot.
3:09. So we're looking at something probably around 4:04, 4:05, 4:06 maybe.
Starting to open up a little bit. Luke Kelly looking good. Neil McCartan just behind him.
Neil McCartan looking really relaxed. Finton Campbell looking good. Little gaps grown to John Craig.
Still anyone's race out of these 3. See if Luke can hold on here. Neil McCartan maybe going off the outside here. Here goes Finton.
Finton Campbell is absolutely kicking with 200 to go.
Campbell has absolutely sent it here. His club mates yelling him home.
He's got a gap, probably 2 to 3 metres.
Has he gone too hard, too quick? We're about to see Luke Kelly hunting him down. Neil McCartan still in this. John Craig coming really fast in the home straight. Finton holding on really nicely. Luke Kelly finishing strong too. Neil McCartan, really well done. Finton very happy with that big pump of the fist.
Neil McCartan collapses to the ground after a bronze medal.
Yeah.
And a very fine effort.
I'm sure he's happy with that. Fantastic race, really exciting. There's been very exciting races here today. And here is Mr. Media, NI Media, coming through.
Yeah, it was a good
Isaac
race.
McCollum. Very well done.
Hurdles. In third place was Oisin McCory of Raheny with 57.28.
And we're just can see looking down to the podium, we can see the three medalists from the men's 400 metre hurdles. Ethan Dewhurst from Tyrconnell AC, winning, I think it's his first senior Northern Ireland and Ulster track and field title. Very talented young hurdler, and I would hazard a guess that it may not be his last title. So the only track events that are remaining for us are the men's and women's 200 metre. We also have a mixed hammer competition which is going over across the other side of the track, going on at the other side of the track. You can see one of the Finn Valley athletes. Because we got this 400. So I'm here with Rebecca Osborne, who's now made it a hat trick of victories in the ladies 1500 metres.
Yeah.
So how was today?
Oh yeah, no, it was really good, to be honest. Like, I didn't know how it was going to go, but I had an inkling that it was just going to be like a 200 metre burn up at the end. So for me, it was just about conserving energy for as long as possible, and then just being in the right place at the right time and kicking on at the end.
You showed all your experience because you managed the race really well. You seem to be in the right position at every stage.
Yeah, I guess with the research I'm doing at the moment, it's in middle distance running performance. I've been reading the literature and kind of know like the scientific advantages to get and the drafting effects and things like that. And so I'm able to apply it to the races now as well.
And you always close really well down the home straight.
Yeah, I've had kind of been really blessed with that ability, and you know, I did two 800s last week across the water, and just use those as preparation for this race and getting the sharpness in the legs.
And is this the end of the season or anything else?
I think now I've got Manchester International.
Okay, so congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yes, that will be my first senior track vest, so I'm really excited about that. So yeah.
Well, good luck with that, and nice to see you again.
Thanks so much, Michael.
Cheers, bye.
On your mark.
Cool with these. We've got the men's 400 metres just taking their blocks. Just coming under starters' orders. Seem to have lost a couple of athletes from the field. We're down to 4, so one person isn't going to get a medal.
So just the 5 going in the...
Correct me if I'm wrong, that looks like 5 athletes. It's looking like the athlete from DSD. Godwin Matthias has started quite well. And actually, now it looks like Ian Kelly from Letterkenny has really shot out in front.
Yeah, Owen Kelly is a 50-35 guy.
It's Owen Kelly.
Owen looking like he could be challenged by Louis Albro.
The man who's run multiple races today.
The most competitive man alive.
And he's coming into the straight, Louis, with
neck
maybe
and
a
neck.
slight advantage.
Here we go, it's all on the line in this last 50.
Absolutely, and Louis looks like he's just pulling away. He's got about 2 yards
Louis looking
on Owen,
fantastic.
and he's taking the win.
Well done.
49-13.
Sensationally run.
And interestingly, whether it was down to your injury, we lost a couple of the... Kieran Carthy didn't start, who looked for all the world like a favourite for the event.
And that was the men's 400.
And apologies to our listeners if you're paying really close attention. I suggested that the 200 metres, men and women's, were the final events, and of course we'd forgotten that there was a men's 15 or 400 to slip in there. So it was nice catching up with Rebecca Osborne, and I talked to her about maybe coming on the pod because she's doing some really interesting research into middle distance running.
Yeah,
it might be good to hear about that.
Yeah, I've spoken to her in the past a little bit about it, but she said that it's all a little bit under embargo at the moment because she's doing some pretty interesting stuff with Nike. So,
well, she did say to me that she would have a chat with us. So there you go.
When she gets this paper released, I think then we'll we'll try and get her on the pod to chat about it.
She said a really interesting thing, that some of the literature and stuff she's been reading, she started to feed that into her own race management and performance.
Okay. There you go.
Maybe there's a middle distance kind of book in there that she's got to write that will help everyone perform. Did you catch a thing in the Olympics which is really interesting, that athletes are taking this supplement now that suppresses lactic acid? Some of the guys were taking
bicarb.
Yeah. And there's a kind of tablet form that seems to be working pretty well.
Yeah,
it's
so
like
I
the
think
legal additive that gets you going faster.
Yeah, I think that in the past people used to try and take just straight bicarb soda,
and your stomach couldn't tolerate it.
But now that one brand in particular, Morton, has developed a way to actually deliver it to the stomach without making the person sick. So,
and I guess it's one of those questions: is it ethical? You know, what's the difference between a drug that's not allowed and something that is, if they're both performance enhancing?
I mean, caffeine at that point, you know, that maybe could be something that's questionable. Who knows? It's hard to know where to draw the line, but some things are a bit clearer than others. I'd say EPO probably doesn't.
It's always interesting because there are obviously athletes out there in the, you know, at the world level who are taking supplements and have obviously convinced themselves that what they're doing is perfectly legal. You know, like the whole TUV thing is based around that. But I guess that's the challenge of when amateur sport becomes professional and there's money and prestige and sponsorship involved. Where do you draw the line?
Yeah, I was listening to a very interesting thing the other day actually about the USADA being, the fingers being pointed at USADA from WADA for allowing Chinese athletes to basically compete in the US and earn prize money and never be found out for doping, so that USADA could get some more information about the whole doping program in China. So, very interesting.
A lot of politics, yeah. It's interesting. We've got another prize giving going on here. I can see Paul Lauder, the vice president of, or vice chairman of Athletics Northern Ireland. Anne McKinty from Cardiff in third, getting her medal.
Women's triple jump, was it?
McCrory from City of Lisburn. Lydia Mills from Ballymena and Antrim. 11:13, triple jump, a beast of an event. You got a hop, skip, jump. You hit the ground hard.
I don't think my Achilles could take it.
Yeah, a lot of triple jumpers end up with injuries. It's such a, you know, a demanding event.
I feel like we're getting to the end of a really good day out at Mary Peters Track. We've got 2 races left. We've got the senior women's 200 metre finals and the senior men's 200 metre finals. So we'll try and keep the quality of the commentating.
And I'm going to go and see if I can find our men's 1500 metre winner.
Sounds good. We'll be back in a second. Okay, and here we are with Finton Campbell, winner of the men's 1500 metres. Finton, how's it going?
All good, yeah.
Yeah, happy with that race? How did it play out for you?
I'm buzzing, to be honest. When I left the house today, I says I won't be happy if I don't come away with a medal, and to win it just feels even better.
Yeah, you got the win. It looked really good. The race kind of, seemed fairly tactical. I mean, you didn't start that fast, and your teammate Luke Kelly there sort of took the lead and took you guys rounds, and then, yeah, maybe talk us through how it sort of ended up for you.
Yeah, but I took it out and I knew no one else was going to come around me. But I thought Luke might have come around with 800 to go, and he did, and actually done me a favour because it burnt off the legs of somebody who was behind. All I had to do was just latch on and try and get past him the last bit.
Yeah, it looked like you really opened up your sprint from about 200 to go. Was that the plan?
Yeah, if you watch any of my races recently, that's what I've done the last while. 200, hit it as hard as I can, and swim the last 50.
Yeah. Were you swimming much today, or wasn't too bad?
I was actually. Someone's replayed the video for me, and my arms are almost in the air.
Yeah, I think maybe with an extra 100 to go, you might have been in some trouble, but you had it pretty locked up with that amount of space towards the finish. So, how's training been going and all the rest?
It's actually been going good. It was very bumpy last year, so it was, and I had to drop out of a few races. This year it's been just quite consistent, nothing special.
Yeah.
Nothing big, just trying to show up every week.
Yeah, and got a good training group as well?
Yeah, brilliant training group. It's, you know, when you're running sub 6400, you're off the back of the pack, you're in a good group.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the group you guys are training with, especially on a Tuesday, or is it a Thursday? There's a pack of like 30 blokes here.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit chaos, but that's what you want. Like, if you're the best in the pack, you're probably in the wrong pack.
Yeah, and where to from here? Is that the last track race of the season?
Yeah, this was my last track race, so I planned to end it, and it's a good way to end it. I've had a very bumpy season, ups and downs, but it's nice to end it on a high.
Yeah, you're going to head to the roads for the winter, or are you going to compete in the cross?
I'll definitely be competing in the cross and the road. Just last year I didn't get many races, so this is like I'm trying to make up for that again. I love the races as much as I can, like get comfortable racing.
Sounds good. Oh, well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who are going to want to challenge the king of the 1500 in Northern Ireland across the mark this year.
I wouldn't say that now, but it's a nice title. But
yeah, definitely. Well raced, and thanks for jumping on.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you. Cheers, Clinton. Cheers.
So we're back on live and looking at the ladies 200 meter final. Athletes are just getting ready to start. And again, reflecting on the heats and the lane draw, we're looking at probably Jenna Breen starting maybe as the favourite. She's a 24:33 PB. Rosanna McGuckian, who's one of her club mates at City of Lisburn AC, has a PB of exactly the same. So I would suggest that it's going to be a pretty tight race between those two. And then a bit of a battle for the bronze medal. A number of athletes who look largely similar on paper. So we've got Rihanna McCarthy in lane 1, Eve Ford lane 2, Sinead Tracy lane 3, Anna McCauley lane 4, Rosanna McCuckian lane 5, Jenna Breen lane 6, Michelle Duggan lane 7, and Janine Boyle in lane 8 from Finn Valley. Just getting comfortable in their blocks. Up, and they're away.
All three of those athletes mentioned started really
Looks
strong.
like Rosanna McGuckian hasn't started, so we're really looking at Jenna Breen. Jenna Breen off the bend with a lead.
Michelle Duggan.
Michelle Duggan pushing hard.
Gonna come down to the dip.
Whoa, that was it.
Too close
Jenna
to call.
Breen has hit the deck. That was a pretty full-on lean. Can happen.
She looks to be okay.
That was a heavy fall. But when a title's at stake, there is a tendency to try to throw yourself at the line and get across.
Hopefully she gets the reward of first for that dive. That was really
It's kind
really
of almost
close.
worth it if you get a gold medal hung around your neck.
That's it. Could not pick that. It's too hard to tell. That's what I call leaving it all out there, Michael.
Absolutely. If you can't leave it all out there in a championship, there's you're in the wrong sport.
That's it. Nothing but excitement in every single race today. It's been fantastic to watch. So we'll just wait for this official result to come through.
And then I think this just leaves us with one track event, which is the men's 200 metres. Meanwhile, over at the hammer cage, events are still unfolding. It's a mixed competition. You can see one of the athletes just winding up there. Wow. That 16-pound ball goes whirling out across the sky and landing in the infield.
Now for the presentation of the men's pole vault. In third place is David Donegan from Clonliffe with 4:10.
And if we can, we're going to go to the men's pole vault.
In second place, Jamie Paul from Ballymena and Antrim with 4:10.
Jamie Paul in second from Ballymena and Antrim.
And our winner, Troy McConville.
And Troy McConville from Windsor, Slough and Eton, who's the multi-eventer with the gold medal. A Clonliffe athlete in bronze medal position. So on the far side of the track, meanwhile, we can see the men's 200 metre athletes just fixing their blocks, completing the last moment preparations for their final. So Dana, we'll just find our way to the start list.
Yep, start list of the men's 200 metre final, our final race of the day. Michael, have you had a fun time today?
It's been a fun time. I've enjoyed your good company, Dan.
It has been good. Imagine if we just made the podcast episodes just 8 hours long. That'd be something.
Be a marathon. I'm not sure that the listening public would be able to cope with that. People throwing themselves in front of buses all around Belfast.
No, it has been good fun.
So again, we're looking to the middle lanes for our main contenders based on time. Good James Armstrong from Orange Grove, 22:45. Donald Martin is a 21:98 guy who's out in lane 7. So we'll just take you a quick run up through the lanes. So Joseph appropriately named Lane in lane 1. Is that from City of Sheffield? We've got Matthew Sykes, Orange Grove in lane 2. We've got Andrew Proctor. I know his dad Gary well for Lagan Valley, lane 3. James Armstrong, Orange Grove, lane 4. Aaron Keane, who's unattached in lane 5. Toby Thompson, Ballymena and Antrim AC, lane 6. Luke Good in the heats. Donald Martin, who's an under 20 unattached in 21:98. Lane 7, and Dara Donahoe from Anna Lee in lane 8. And to anybody out there who's not sure what unattached means, it means you're not currently a member of a club. Doesn't mean that you have no connections with any other human beings.
So we'll see how this shakes out, because as you said, Toby Thompson looked really good in the heat. But on paper, Donald Martin this season is looking the best out of the field.
Yeah, his 21:98 is a fair bit quicker than other people. So,
although Aaron Keane 22:04, so also that.
Yeah, true. So the guys are settling in their blocks, and this is the final track event of the day. And they're up and away. We're looking to see who rises first around the crown of the bend.
Toby Thompson started really fast there.
Underway.
Donald Martin going well in lane 7.
Aaron Keane in the middle there.
Awesome.
Really
Super tight
finish.
race.
Really close finish. I think that was
Donald Martin. I think just 21:59. That looks like it could be a possibly a PB, but certainly a season's best for him. It's a really hotly contested race. 3 guys almost abreast on the line. Donald Martin, Toby Thompson, and who was the other guy?
and I think it was Aaron Keane next to him.
Yeah.
So I think Donald Martin came first there, but not sure who got the win with regards to second place.
And we've got to say, Dan, today a lot of the events were really hotly contested. And that's what we look for in any track and field meet, that there's good competition. You know, when somebody just dominates the field, well, obviously Israel dominated his 100, but apart from that, the races have been competitive.
The senior women's javelin in third place was Ashley McCardle from Lifford.
We got the senior women's javelin, just prizes being, or medals being.
In second, Anna Macaulay of City of Lisburn, 35.
Anna Macaulay has had a busy day today, picking up a silver medal. And the Lifford athlete taking the gold medal. So these multi-eventers like the McConvilles and Anna Macaulay, it's been a big day for them. They're literally almost putting together part of a heptathlon or a decathlon today, running from one event to the other. But that's what they do. It's great to have that range of skills. You can jump, you can run, you can throw. This is coming from us middle distance runners who can basically run.
Who can do none of those.
Multi-events for us are road, cross country and track.
That's it.
Yeah.
You'd be lucky to do all three of those in a day, I would say.
And I got 46.
So Dan, we've almost come to the end of our commentary today. I think we're just going to wait on a few final medal presentations in the field. Obviously got the 200 metre presentations to go.
So the winner there, as I thought, Donald Martin in 21:58 from Aaron King, 21:64. Toby Thompson, 21:69.
Donald Martin just being confirmed as the winner of the 200 metres in 21:58.
22:60. And Matthew Sykes, 23:54.
So Dan, overall, how have you enjoyed today's experience?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I wasn't sure what to expect, but it was a really good time.
Any events that you've looked at and will now look at with different eyes?
I mean, I feel like my eyes have been firmly on the TV with the Olympics being on recently. I've been enjoying a lot of it, and it's nice to come and watch a bit of it in person and live. I don't know. It's hard to know for sure, but yeah, I really enjoyed all of the events today. There was some good battles that happened, and those last 200 metre finals were really good to see as well. Really competitive.
On the far side of the track, we can still see one of the field events playing out. It's the men's. Let me just check here.
Time for Jenna Breen was 24:62.
It's the men's long jump.
Minus 1.6 wind. Michelle Duggan, 24:65. Janine Boyle, 25:13. Anna Macaulay, 24:532. Steve Ford.
So we're nearing the end of today's online broadcast of the 2024 Northern Ireland and Ulster Track and Field Championships. The crowd, such as it's been, and it's been pretty decent, is starting to thin. People making their way home. Hopefully most of them in anticipation of a fantastic last night's track and field in Paris. I'm sure you'll agree it's been a superb Olympics so far, with some fantastic competition to go again tonight. I'm looking forward to the 5,000 metres to see if Jakob can come back from his disappointment in the 1,500 metres and get the win in the 5,000 metres. Also looking forward to seeing how the Irish women do in the women's 4x400. But just back here at the Mary Peters track, we've got some events just continuing. We've got the hammers ongoing in the field, as is the men's long jump. And I'm broadcasting solo now as my co-commentator. Danny Squires. Is Danny still a competing athlete and has to get his run in today, which is perfectly understandable. Danny at present is preparing for a major mountain ultra in Chamonix towards the end of this month. So I'm going to say this, and you have to believe it, he's running a 100-mile ultra mountain race. It's basically around the Mont Blanc kind of circuit. You've got to sleep overnight. But it sounds an absolute beast of an event. So we can forgive him for leaving early and doing some training. And John Craig, one of our best Masters athletes, I can see him just on his warm down, being trailed by his twins, who, if they keep progressing at this rate, will one day be middle distance runners just like Dad. Elsewhere, Neil McCartan is somewhere just doing his warm down also. But back in the long jump runway, one of the athletes is just coming, hitting the board hard. Not sure if that was a hitch kick, but looks like a white flag, so it's a legal jump. And of course, in the long jump, if you don't get it right on the board, you can no jump very easily just by being a little bit too far forward. And so we got the senior ladies 1,500 metres here, presented by former miler Paul Lawler. So we have Rebecca Rossiter in third place from Candor, Lucy Foster in second from Willowfield, 4:33. And Rebecca Osborne for the third time in a row as the champion. And we caught up with Rebecca earlier, just did a little interview. Rebecca is really benefiting from her experiences training and racing in Exeter. That's a nice picture of the three together. Lovely thing about this sport, as well as fierce competition, there's also a lot of respect and camaraderie amongst the athletes. So well done to that trio of athletes. Well, in the field, the Finn Valley athlete has just launched the hammer. Finn Valley, a club in Donegal that have a good tradition in track and field. Alongside Lifford. Lifford is one of the spiritual homes in Irish athletics for throwers. But again, a strong tradition of track and field alive and well in Donegal. So we're back on air. We're looking now into the presentation of medals for the senior men's 1500. So Neil McCartan taking the bronze medal from Eastdown. And his pal Peter Morgan here, who's been on camera today, saluting the achievement. Luke Kelly from Candor and formerly St Malachy's College taking the silver medal. And Fintan Campbell, another ex-St Malachy's product who now works for, or runs for Candor, taking the gold medal. So Fintan looking really happy to be top the podium. I think a couple of years ago, I think he got a bronze medal. So he's gone 2 better on this occasion, so well done to him. And also Luke Kelly in second has had a really great track season, PBing at 1500 metres, 3000 metres and 5000 metres. And it's good to see Neil McCartan back on a podium. Very fine athlete in his own right when, you know, injury isn't curtailing him. So we've got the men's 400 meters presentation. So Luke Russell from Jamor, Owen Kelly from Letterkenny in second, Louis Albro from North Down in winning 49.12. One of the busiest athletes at today's meet. Ran the 100, 200 I believe, and also the 400. So kind of a multi-eventer, but just for running. So well done to the guys there. And I think that leaves the only remaining event happening is the hammer. And with the time approaching 4:20, I would suggest that we're close to the end of the hammer. We've got one of the athletes from Finn Valley. So he's on his wind up and releasing, sending the hammer out into the infield. That was Connor Breslin from Finn Valley. On paper, he's coming in with season's best of 42.40 behind John Dwyer, who's a 50-meter thrower. John Dwyer, I believe, earlier won the men's discus, or certainly was on the podium. So the hammer continues. We just had one of the Lifford Strabane athletes, and now we've one of the Lagan Valley athletes.
25:13.
So we've got the presentation, Janine Boyle in third place in the women's 200 metres. Michelle Duggan from UCD in second.
And our winner, Jenna Breen of City of Lisburn AC.
And Jenna Breen, our winner from City of Lisburn AC. So Jenna looking exceedingly happy with today's work. And Jenna seems to have some fans in the crowd today. Nice to bring your own travelling support. And as things draw to a close here at the Mary Peters track, we're just waiting on the final couple of medal presentations. This is the bit for the athletes that make all of the sacrifice and hard work worthwhile. Chance to step up onto the podium and get that medal hung around your neck. And just the final event that we're waiting for to finish is the combined men's and ladies hurdles.
200 meters. In third place was Toby Thompson of Ballymena.
So the men's 200 metres, Toby Thompson from Ballymena taking third.
In second place, Aaron Keane from Tullamore.
Aaron Keane from Tullamore in second.
And our winner, Donald Martin from Blackrock AC.
Donald Martin from Blackrock AC, who takes the gold medal today. Three happy looking athletes atop the podium. I think we're just waiting on the hammer now. So we're back at the hammer, and one of the Lagan Valley athletes just starting her rotations, and then into the release. Looks like a solid throw. And as I said, this is the final event of the afternoon. Just a couple of medal presentations that remain. And one of the Lifford and Strabane athletes just adjusting the cage. It could look like Luke Ward, who's a junior man, season's best of 35 metres. And he's just getting set inside the circle. Starts to rotate, and then into the release. And that looks to the naked eye somewhere around the 30, 35 meter kind of mark.
We've had a mobile phone handed in, so if you are missing your mobile phone and can identify it, you can retrieve it up in the announcer's box or photo finish room, depending on what you think.
And next up in the hammer, it looks like we may have Damien Crawford, senior man, just adjusting the cage. To say Lifford and Strabane with a rich tradition in throwing. He's starting his wind up. And again, I'm not sure that throw is going to get him into the medal contention. We have John Dwyer next to, on paper, is the dominant thrower from Temple Moracey. At his best, he's a 51 meter runner thrower. So we can expect to see this go out a little bit further than the last two athletes.
We've also had a report of a mobile phone being missing, not the one that was handed in. So
that throw looks somewhere in the margin of within the 40 metres, maybe edging towards 50 metres.
On Athletics Northern Ireland lanyard.
And next it's Conor Breslin from Finn Valley. So we're in the final stages of this men's competition. Conor's getting himself set. But we're just going to cut away from that to look at the long jump.
Second, Alan Kennedy of Windsor Slough Eden Hounslow, 6:53.
Alan Kennedy from Windsor Slough Eden. And an Oma athlete taking the senior title. And of course, for full results, we're trying to work on the fly here. Don't have all the names and details and distances right at our fingertips. But if you go onto the open track system, which is online, you will find all of the up to date and up to the minute results for these championships. And I think that leaves just the men's hammer to complete today's championships. And possibly from the looks of the officials, the way they're coming together over there near the cage, that may well be it. You can see some of the throwers are thanking Joy Alexander, who's one of our leading track and field officials.
Our winner of the para long jump was Conor McElveen from Derry Track Club with 4:95.
And meanwhile, is it Conor McElveen from Derry Track Club winning the para long jump? Sole competitor. But let's hope that he had a good day and recorded a distance that he's happy with. I mean, today most of the athletes, particularly in the field events, will have set goals in terms of distance and height that they're really looking for. And the beauty of athletics is that on an individual level, you can set goals and measure yourself by your own performance. It's not always about winning medals. It's about measuring performance against what you've already done. So well done to Conor. So as we close out events today, I think we're just waiting for the men's and women's hammer presentation. And my bet would be, is it John Dwyer, I think, the Temple Moracy athlete. It looks like he's done the double today. Hammer and discus. So we're now going to one of the final podiums.
Senior women's hammer.
Senior women's hammer.
From Valley with
Agnes Sudeskaya from Lagan Valley in third place.
Second place, Eva Gallen of Lifford with 46.08.
Eva Gallen of Lifford in second.
Winner, Adrienne Gallen of
And her
Lifford
sister
with
Adrienne Gallen
52.
in first place. And the Gallen girls, their mum was a very fine international high jumper who represented Ireland. Met her dad recently up in the picturesque village of Rathmullen in Donegal. And he was telling me about his daughter's athletic prowess. So how are you? Hope it's going well if you're listening by any chance.
Place was Luke
So
Ward.
men's hammer, Luke Ward from Lifford and Serban in third.
Second, Conor Breslin from Finn Valley.
Conor Breslin in second from Finn Valley.
And our winner, John Dwyer from
And John Dwyer from Templemore, as I suspected, who's done the throwing double. And I can see Elaine Grant, essentially the CEO of Athletics Northern Ireland, on photo duties. Some of these photos will make their way onto the website. And that brings the 2024 iteration of the Northern Ireland and Ulster Track and Field Championships to a close. So on behalf of East Down Media and the Backstraight podcast, thanks very much if you've been listening and watching today, and we will see you further down the road. This is Michael McKnight signing off, and goodbye from Danny Squires, who's running around the track. Cheers.